Welcome. I am AdaKay. Grab your favorite drink, get comfy, and let's hop into Court. Hello, everybody. Welcome. I hope you're doing well today. Welcome to Trial TV Live, a special guest, and we look forward to seeing you in the future. Oh my gosh, y'all. Kiss me, Cal. Miss Ronnie. Let's see, Miss Diane, our interpreter. Thank you so much for joining. Oh my gosh, Braxton is in the house. You guys, I didn't anticipate going on today, but we're here. We're here. Okay, we're going to do birthdays. We got to do our birthdays. We got a lot of birthday people.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Oh my gosh, y'all. We have so many blessings to give these people today. I'm bringing it down a little bit. Happy birthday to Beverly. Happy birthday, Whitney. Billy. Oh my gosh. Happy birthday. Jessica. Patricia. Oh, I hope y'all have a fabulous day. Brenda. Bradley. Oh my gosh, Sherry. Oh, Martha. Happy birthday. Brenda. Ashley. And Whitley. Thank you guys for watching. Have a great birthday. And if you were watching us and you have somebody that has a birthday, please, please let us know. We'll be happy to wish them a happy birthday. That's always cool to have somebody wish you a happy birthday. Okay, guys, I'm going to explain something. We have a new connection, partnership. I don't know how else to say it, but I'm excited. Trial TV Live is a newer trial broadcasting company on YouTube. They are dedicated to offering clean streams to their subscribers. No commentary, no commercials, nothing but trial. And we are partnering with them. Please go to Trial TV Live and subscribe. Please go subscribe. Support them. I rather watch them than these big wigs. Yep. So, Trial TV Live, thank you so much for letting us use your live feeds for trials. As you can see, we are accessibility is an important thing to us. I'm deaf without my hearing aids. I grew up hearing. We have a lot of people who watch us who are hard of hearing, deaf, or have family that are. So we appreciate you. I hope you can keep the captioning going. Our ASL interpreter is Miss Diane. Say hello. Send some love. We just got monetized. And we are going to be launching, hopefully tomorrow, our memberships. We got everything, I think, laid out. We got approved. Everything is rocking and rolling. Okay, guys, I'm going to do something. Are you ready? First time I get to use this. Are you ready? Oh my gosh, I have not been able to use this. This is new. Are you ready? Oh, well, hey, wait a minute. Let him pop in. Here we go.
Breaking news.
We have more news on the Alec Baldwin trial. Oh my gosh, y'all. Yeah. New news. I'm like, what? So I'm going to screen share, add it to stage. Look at this. Alec Baldwin plans to sue Santa Fe prosecutor, sheriff, and after rough trials were dismissed. In a prior preservation notice, actor lawyer warns future litigation over the prosecutor and the sheriff's actions in suppressing the evidence at trial. Alec Baldwin's lawyers have warned, oh, we've already done that. In a pair of preservation notices were mailed Monday and obtained by Rolling Stone. Baldwin lawyers told both Santa Fe prosecutor Carrie Morrissey and Sheriff Aiden Mendoza to preserve all relevant information in your possession, custody, and or control related to the trial against Alec Baldwin. Specifically, they are requesting that you immediately take all necessary steps, including preserving all devices, hard devices, emails, text messages, and other electronic communications to preserve any and all document, records, electronically stored information or ESI, and other material and data existing from any form whatsoever that are actually or potentially relevant to or relate in any way to the investigation or investigations and prosecutions conduct of the state in connection with the death of Helena Hutchins on the set movie Rust. The preservation notice states, last week the judge, we're not going to read all that. We know they were dismissed. Let's see, stunned the final day had been, okay, we know all of that. So in delivering her admittedly extreme ruling, Judge Marlo Summer said the live ammunition surrendered by a friend of Thel Reed could have helped Baldwin undermine prosecutors' theory of the case and shore up his defense claim. So basically, Alec Baldwin is on the hunt. Can't hear you, Braxton.
Hello.
Microphone down.
Yep. So I will be.
Is there any way to get your head a little higher so your chin isn't out of screen? Or is it just you?
Well, my camera's in a bad spot.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
My bad. I'm sorry. Oh, wow. There you are.
Perfect.
Are your feet dangling?
I don't want to talk about that.
Mine do.
Yep.
You need to get one of these poles like I have. It's worth every penny.
Yeah.
I got my camera, my light, everything on one pole.
Well, so my desk goes, so I've got my tabletop down here. And then there's a shelf about right here where the camera is at. I have a very, very intricate desk. And so my monitors are here. So I have to put the camera up here. Yeah. Yes. I have 4 monitors. They go across and up It's great. I'm insane.
Well, what do you think Baldwin spit on his attorneys if one of them was over 2,000 an hour?
Well, what is 2 million? Or what is $1 million divided by 2,000? Like, let's just find out.
I'm not the brainy one. You do it.
Uh,
Everyone's saying he wants the camera. I mean, he wants the money. Give
well,
me the
if you put
money.
500 hours into this, then it's $1 million.
Oh, I'm sure.
I
I'm
say
sure.
they probably have 500 hours in it, easy.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
so
yep,
probably
yep,
$1 million, 2 million.
I would venture to say. Okay, guys. So the drama continues, and it is what it is, and there's nothing we can do about it, but we're going to swoop and go on to the next subject. Okay. Tonight. Sorry. I've had too much coffee.
You can never have too
Kidding.
much coffee.
I know, right? Okay, I'm trying to get this. I got so many windows open. I need one more monitor. I need one more. I would love to just buy 3 of the same monitor. I have 2 of the same, but they're crappy.
Yeah.
But thanks to my wonderful tech mod, they look gorgeous. Oh, nope. Okay.
I do my best.
How many of us have heard of the and I just removed my stuff. Dag nag it. This trial, was it called the mom witchcraft murder trial?
You hear the name, and it's got to be insane.
I know, right? So, let me read you what our fabulous mod, Ronnie, at last minute, like I said, she is the document guru. Ronnie, I couldn't have done it without you. None of us, I didn't hear about this until 2 hours ago, until you told me. Tyler Dazey, Dazey, is 28 from Iowa. He is accused of killing his mother and family dog. He refuses to participate in the trial. He's charged with first-degree murder and animal abuse causing death. The mother, Daisy, 46, suffered significant lacerations to her face, neck, and head. 2 of her fingers were removed from her body. And then I'm going to put the content warning up. I'm sorry, guys. I have to. It's too iffy if I don't. Brutal attack, which claimed her life and the life of the dog. The remains were discovered in the living room couch by a friend. Stumbled across them. It was horrible. Now, the defendant, Daisy, wrote a letter to the court.
Oh.
And it says, "To whom it may concern, I, Taylor James Dazey, a descendant of the Roths, a Freemason, second degree, a Hebrew Nazarite. I am of God before as well as after, to be subject to slavery through usury of the law, be it constitution or amendment. I will not participate. I seek honor to become of worth. I seek God." And the rest is cut off. It didn't have the full thing.
I mean, I think we get the gist.
Yeah. I don't want to see anything else. Police say when they first arrived, he claimed he ended the life of his mother because she was practicing witchcraft. It's a mandatory sentence of life with no possible of parole. Later, he claimed Mom used witchcraft against him, calling him a W word. Use the imagination. Rhymes with or.
Oh,
He claimed his mom was in her bedroom practicing witchcraft and that she'd been doing it against him for years. Wow. That is what we're getting into, y'all. Seriously, that's what we're going to watch here in a minute. So what's your what's your humble thoughts just by hearing that?
I hope he gets on the witness stand.
Yeah, me too.
Right. It's terrible to say because I know it's going to be a train wreck if he does. But you know it would be good. You know it would be entertaining.
Oh, by the way, folks, if you weren't on our live earlier, you wouldn't notice. Look at Braxton's background. It looks awesome.
Right? And now it's hanging from a ceiling, from my ceiling, so it's not on weird standing posts.
Did you do the staple?
No. Command hooks.
Yes.
Yeah.
But be careful with humidity. If it comes down and you can't keep it up, just get a staple gun. Got every foot. It won't leave a
That'll
lot
work.
of damage.
That'll work, actually. All right. Cool. I
Yeah.
might do that. But yeah.
Now you're gonna
How is my lighting?
actually quite good. Quite good.
Awesome.
You're a pale fellow. I'm pale. So I changed my light just a little bit to the warmer. It might
That
pop
is as
the red
warm as
hair
it
a little
goes.
bit.
Blonde hair.
I'm being facetious.
Right.
I'm
Well,
being facetious.
Wonder Woman.
Hello, the squeaky of justice. Hello, y'all. Everybody, please subscribe. If you are not a member of our channel, please subscribe. Membership starts this week. And also subscribe to this fabulous news channel that started recently on YouTube. You can see their logo in the far right corner. Are you leaving? Oh, okay. Your grandbaby's leaving. Do you need to stop and say goodbye? Okay. So, what did y'all think? I'm going to give her a second before we hop in, but what did you guys think? What do you think about the thumbnail?
I like it.
I'm learning Canva all too well. Uh-oh, somebody's on. Andrea, last night I had a dream. I was walking with another RA fan somewhere. I said, "We're not here for drama. We're here to show solidarity." And they said, "We're totally here for the drama."
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, let me get my share screen ready and we will get into court. Now, guys, I am going to have to skim this a little bit because it's a 6-hour day without their breaks. Okay. So we are not going to stay here that long, but we're going to get the gist. How about that? So let's get going. Hopefully the volume's good. Let me know. Uh-oh, Braxton. Here we go. I wonder if I have to do the thing again.
I think it starts out muted.
To live with at
Yeah,
16,
it
right?
starts out muted
Yes. Okay.
or
When
Boy,
quiet.
that's soft.
September 1st of 2023.
Is this better, Braxton?
Okay.
Yeah,
And so from that moment, from when
I
she
think
was
I think it's only like
you're not sure if she had
first
keys
couple
to that
minutes.
back door in
does
January
have audio
2024.
issues.
No, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But at one point,
Diane,
knew
are
she
you
did
hearing
have-
okay?
Oh, yes. Jenny said her and Kylie were the only ones that had the key. She said that before Tyler even moved in.
This is Christy Bauman,
All right,
F-A-L-L.
I'm gonna go back
F-O-L-L.
to
Do you want to go
number
back to
M-A-N.
the opening statements?
Well, let's, because of the sake of time. Are they short?
that porch door
Looks
there.
very short.
And communicate.
Oh, okay.
15th day of January, 2020.
Okay. And here we go.
And just for the record, the state has talked to us about this prior to doing this, and we don't have any objection.
Okay.
The lights on are fine. The lights don't need to be down.
Does the audio booster work?
This
I did 100%.
and Echo
Work
Daisy.
600.
They are enjoying a vacation together, relaxing, enjoying the water, not a care in the world. Jennifer Dazey was 46 years old. Her companion, Echo, was still a pup, just a few months old when this picture was taken. Jenny was taken, and that was to make it to all 50 states before she turned 50 years old. She wanted to complete that task with Echo.
That's on them.
Mm.
Jenny and Echo's lives were cut short on January 18th, 2024, and the evidence will show that Tyler Dazey, the defendant, is responsible for both their deaths.
I can't make it any louder.
Yeah.
Christy
I believe
Bowman
they
has
had
been Jenny's friend
audio
for
issues.
many years. She and Jenny met several years ago and became
Better.
quick friends, best friends. Over the years, they fell in and out of contact like friends do, but some health problems brought them closer together. And in September 2023, they were back, best friends. In September, Jenny was to have surgery, and Christy was always there for appointments and her care schedule. Around that same time, Jenny's son, the defendant, moved in with her at 1605 Avoca Street. Avoca Street is that neighborhood in town tucked right between Senior High School and University
Miss me,
Avenue
Cal.
by Westminster Church and the Hardys that just got torn down, cut through neighborhood. That's where 1605 Avoca Street is. During Jenny's recovery from that surgery, Christy was at 1605 Avoca Street often. She got to know the defendant better during this time, as the defendant and Jenny were home together quite often. She will tell you about how Jenny would nag.
I'm going to try and move this. It won't let me. Sorry, trial.
Defendant, how Jenny would do things that upset him, and he would call her nasty names. But otherwise, everything seemed okay. Christy was arrested until her own words came about. She had fed to them with the surgery schedule in December.
I think we should just skip it.
Jenny was defendant regularly during her recovery, though Jenny did around that time.
Y'all can go back and watch the opening if you wish. But I think for the sake of our time and the audio.
Will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat there.
Why can't I move it?
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Christy Fullman, Kristy.
How zoomed in on the web page are you?
I'm not.
Whenever you're ready, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms.
Good
Fullman.
morning.
Take a breath. Okay. Is this the first time you've ever had to do anything like this?
Yes.
Okay.
Margie,
So
can
at
you
any
shut that
moment, just
door?
take a breath and take your time. This isn't a race. Okay? All right. Ms. Pullman, where is it that you live? Do you live in Dubuque?
Dubuque, yes.
Okay. And who lives with you in Dubuque?
My 4 children and Ron.
And is Ron your boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you guys lived in Dubuque?
18 years.
Okay.
maybe?
Okay, and while you guys have lived in Dubuque, at some point you met Jennifer Dazey.
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
We met, her daughter Kylie and my oldest Adriana, were in Girl Scouts together, and Jenny was the troop leader.
Okay, you are very soft. Can you pull that microphone? You can move it. You don't need to lean up to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Can you hear me now? Okay.
yes, much better. Thank
Okay.
you. Okay, so Jenny's daughter Kylie and your daughter met, we're in Girl Scouts, and that's how you met Jenny.
Yes.
Okay, so estimation, about how long ago do you think that was?
11 to 12 years ago, maybe.
Okay, so a while.
Yes.
And during that time, what did you guys do together generally while your kids were younger?
So much. We went to a drive-in movie. The kids would have sleepovers. Her and I would grab bites to eat. It was always something with the kids.
Okay, what would you classify your relationship with Jenny as back then?
We started to get close. We were just learning about each other through our children. So our children hung out more than we did in the beginning.
Okay. And as time went on, did that kind of change?
Yes, we got so close as time went on.
Okay, and would you call her your best friend?
Yes.
Okay. And as time went on, you guys spent time a lot, but kind of fell apart too, right?
Yes, when Kylie and Adriana reached middle school, we kind of went our different directions, and then when they got to high school, we kind of reopened our friendship, I guess.
Okay, tell me just a little bit about how that came to be.
Well, we both got sick about the same time, and we were in the hospital and texting each other, didn't even know it.
Didn't know that you were in the
Yeah,
hospital together?
didn't know we were in the hospital together on the same floor. And then through our health, her and I went to each other's doctor's appointments. We did almost everything together.
Okay. Was one of the things you like to do together was have coffee?
Oh, yes. Coffee was our thing.
Okay.
We loved it. There was like our time where no kids were around, no one. It was just me and her, and that was whether it was 2 hours or a whole day. It was just her and me.
Now, at some point, Jenny got a pet.
Yes.
Okay, what was her pet's name?
She got a dog, and it was Echo.
Do you remember around when she got the dog?
Late August.
Of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And what did she do with the dog?
Everything. The dog would follow her everywhere, up the stairs, down the stairs to the basement, in the car, to the grocery store, to pick up a prescription. I mean, Echo was with her 100% of the time.
Okay, and during that time from August of 2023 to January of 2024, Echo was still a pup.
Yes.
Okay, active.
Oh, very active.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what I previously marked as State's Exhibit 1. Can you tell me what that is?
A picture of Jenny and Echo.
Okay, and do you have any idea about when that would have been taken?
When she was in Florida
Okay, on a vacation?
in December. Yes, on vacation of 2023.
Okay. I would move to admit State's Exhibit 1.
Any objection? State's Exhibit 1 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Okay, you said that they were in Florida. Did Jenny have some kind of idea about traveling or anything like that?
Yes, she wanted to hit all 50 states before she turned 50.
Do you remember her talking about any ones in specific that she wanted to go to or anything like that?
I know she went to New York, Florida, Georgia in August or in September. She had, I think, maybe 10 more to go. It was just something that she'd always wanted to do, all 50 states.
Okay, and she was planning on taking Echo with her?
Oh, yes, she had already taken Echo on 2 trips with her.
Okay, and you had previously mentioned Jenny's daughter Kylie.
Yes,
Did Jenny have any other kids?
yes.
Who?
Nick, Tyler, and then Kylie.
Okay. Now, you had made a casual mention of you and Jenny both being in the hospital at the same time.
Yes,
Ms. Fulman, you've had a bit of a struggle with your own health for the past several years. Would you agree?
yes,
Okay. And when you met up and reconnected with Jenny back in the hospital then, you had mentioned that she was also having some health problems.
yes,
Okay. And at some point in September of 2023, she had a scheduled surgery, right?
yes.
Okay, so just what you know, just a little bit. What was Jenny going through with her health during that time?
When we reconnected, she had gotten into a car accident. After that, she found out she had tumors on her brain. And then in September, I was taking her in to have brain surgery.
Okay, so her surgery in September was a brain operation of some sort.
Yes.
Okay, and before and after, what was your role within Jenny's life?
Before, I took her to all of her Iowa City appointments, the pre-ops. I took her the night before to make sure she had everything. I'm the one that took her to the hospital when they admitted her. I was there after she had gotten out of surgery. Her sister, one of her sisters did bring her home. And then after that, her sister and I kind of went back and forth a little bit on doing her medications and seeing on anything that she might need.
Okay, so you were a very active participant with her care schedule and routine.
Yes,
Okay. Now, during that time, where was Jenny living?
1605 Avoca.
And who was in her household at that time?
In September, we're asking?
Yeah.
In September, it was Tyler and her living in the home.
Okay, and Echo.
And Echo, yes.
Okay. And were you over at the house when Tyler and Jenny were together?
Yes, all the time,
Okay, so did you see them interact with each other?
all the time. Sometimes they would laugh and joke, other times he would name call and she would just smile and act like it didn't hurt her feelings. And then we'd move on to like the next thing, but I did one time ask Tyler, all right, that's enough. My kids are here. Please stop. And he did respect that when my children were around.
Okay, what kind of words was he calling her?
He would call her a whore, cunt.
And would that be something routine? Like, would he do that often?
Yes.
There goes
whether
my
he was angry with
monetization.
her or joking
I think it was
around.
quiet
it
enough.
was
You're
just
okay.
Something he would always say.
Is my audio okay?
Yeah.
I need to get to
Now,
the
in December of 2023, you ran into some of your own health issues as well, right?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Well, I have multiple autoimmunes, and I found out late September, early October, I had to have a hysterectomy.
Okay. And you scheduled that in December?
Yes.
What was the date?
Is that too
13th,
fast, Diane?
2023.
Okay.
Is it better?
so You went and you had your surgery in December. Then after your surgery, were you still going over to Avoca Street?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Hang on. After my surgery, no, I stayed home to recover.
Okay. Had you seen Jenny and Tyler at all during that time
Down.
after your surgery?
Yes, Jenny had come over one time for dinner and Tyler had dropped her off and then was going to pick her up later.
Okay. Other than that, you weren't seeing them routinely like you had before?
No.
Okay. And at some point then in January, you were cleared from your surgery. You remember when that was?
Yes, I did my post-op the week of January 15th.
Okay. And so after that, you were ready to get out of the house, I
I was
imagine?
ready to roll. I could not wait to get out of the house.
All right. So you got a hold of Jenny. When did you do that?
What Jenny and I talked every day, all day.
Oh, I mean to get out of the house.
Oh, that night about, I want to say between 5 and 7, the night of January 17th, we set up, I dropped my daughter off at school. After that, I'd head over to her place. We'd have coffee and see where the day would take us.
All right. So you made plans to have some coffee on January 18th.
Yes.
All right. So let's go to January 18th then. Tell me about how your day on January 18th started out.
I was running late, taking my now 8-year-old to school. Took her to school, stopped by the house, grabbed something, and then was heading over to 1605 Avoca.
Okay. When you got there, where did you park?
I parked in the neighbor's driveway. If you're looking at the home from the street to the left.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
All right. I'm handing you what I previously marked as States Exhibit 2 and States Exhibit 3. Take a look at those.
State Exhibit 2.
And what are those photos of?
And what are those
Exhibit 2
photographs?
Is a photo of Jenny's house.
Did the
at front,
captioning stop?
Okay.
of the porch, the driveway.
It's too quiet.
And the next one?
Never mind.
State Exhibit 3 is the back entrance of the house where Tyler's vehicle is and the basketball hoop.
Okay. And is that how 1605 Avoca Street appeared to you on January 18th, 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit States Exhibit 2 and 3.
Any objection? 2 and 3 are admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Okay, just guys understand, I'm gonna remove until I see, okay, it's safe. Some of the stuff is too gruesome.
Yeah, we can have the lights on. I think we can
As
leave the
far
lights
as I
on the
know,
video.
I sent you there's
Okay,
one time
So what are we looking at
in
here, Ms.
Mud
Holm?
Chat that I know
Front
of.
of Jenny's home.
May I approach again?
Yes.
Give her a- Forgot to bring this up. There you go.
Okay, are you mod corner or mod chat?
Mod Corner. Sorry.
Okay, so where's the front door at?
I don't see it.
Right through this screen right here, screen door.
Okay, and if you enter that door, what do you see inside?
It's just porch. She's got chairs and some stuff she wanted to get rid of.
Okay, so is there another interior door?
Okay, thank you.
On our left side of the house, what is parked in the driveway?
Right there, that is Nick's truck,
Okay,
Tyler's car.
okay. And when you pulled up, did you see Nick's truck in the driveway?
Yes.
Okay.
We can put it in our mod chat or in the mod corner, but we're not going to put it up on trial.
Okay. And what are we looking at here?
The back of Jenny's home.
All right. You had referenced that basketball hoop before.
Yes.
Is there a basement access door in this photo?
Right there.
Okay.
There's a little door that was like a storage shed door.
Okay. Did you know what was inside of that door?
I had no idea till the day I opened it in February.
Okay. And do you know anybody to ever access that door?
No, neither this door or that door.
Okay, so we were first talking about the basement door.
Okay.
You pointed at a separate door. It's kind of a side door there.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
use your pointer to point that one out.
Then there's this one.
Okay, what is inside of that door?
This one, you could use it as a mudroom, but she used it for like her canned goods and like a kind of like a dump room, you know, where water stayed. And
Okay. And did you know anyone to regularly access that door?
no, we used it for Kylie's graduation. Jenny and I used it once to unload groceries. Ron and Tyler only used it to take garbage out. It was rarely ever used.
Okay, and do you have any knowledge about the locking mechanisms on that door?
The bottom handle locks on the inside, but can still open the door.
So you're talking about the doorknob.
Yes, the
Right.
doorknob.
Okay, so did Jenny do anything about that?
She put tape over it so no one could get locked out, and she always used just the deadbolt.
Okay, so that door also had a deadbolt.
Yes,
Okay, any knowledge about whether that deadbolt was usually locked or not locked?
always locked.
Okay, who had keys to that?
As far as I know, Kylie and Jenny, I'm not sure Kylie gave her keys back when she moved out. And I
Okay.
don't know if Tyler got keys.
All right, so let's go back just a second here. You said when Kylie moved out. So Kylie used to live at 1605 Avoca.
Yes,
Okay, when did she move out?
September 1st.
Of 2023?
Yes,
Okay, and so from that moment, from when she lived there, you're not sure if she had keys to that back door in January of 2024.
no, I'm not sure.
Okay, but at one point you knew she did have a key.
Oh, yes. Jenny said her and Kylie were the only ones that had the key. She said that before Tyler even moved in.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna go back to number 2.
She was offended by that objection.
That porch door there.
Yeah, she was.
You said there's an interior door. Do you know
That
whether
was
or not any of these doors have cameras on them?
The interior door has a ring.
A ring camera?
Yes.
Okay, here's the joke. I have a 50-pound box full of these individually wrapped York patties. I don't think I could ever eat that many. I'm giving it away by gallon bags.
All right, let's just admit it.
Okay.
That didn't happen.
Okay, so now we can get back to it. Tell me about what you did right after you parked the car.
I grabbed my coffee mate, my purse, my phone, and got out of my vehicle and started walking on the sidewalk over to Jenny's home.
Okay. And did you walk in that porch door?
Yes,
Okay, as you were walking in there, you had previously said you noticed Nick's truck in the driveway.
yes.
Did you think anything odd of it at that time?
No, because Jenny always let her children use her vehicle, or anybody for that matter, if they were in need.
Okay, so you walked up, you noticed the vehicle, you walked into that front porch area, okay, before the main door.
Yes.
Tell me what you did then.
There is another screen door, and then there is a main wooden door. I wedged in between those and opened the main door to the home.
Okay, may I approach again?
Yes.
By the way, if you've not subscribed, please go to Trial TV Live and subscribe.
Tell me what that is.
They are our new feed carrier.
It's a diagram diagram of the main floor of Jenny's home.
Okay, and does that diagram look look to you how the home was laid out?
Yes,
Okay, and would that assist you in describing your movements on January 18th?
yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 4.
Any objection? 4 is admitted.
And I'm showing you 4A. Can you tell me what this is?
A larger scale of Jennifer's main floor of her home.
Okay, the same thing blown up.
Yes,
Okay, move to admit 4A.
Any objection? 4A is admitted.
May I publish 4, Judge?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you said that you walked in
Hand
the
drawn.
front porch and then the main door. Can you just kind of point those out up there on the diagram?
Old school.
there's the porch door and then the main door to the house.
Okay, and you had said that you had opened the main door, but you were kind of in between. When you were there, tell me what you saw.
When I opened the main door to go in, I had seen right here by the 2 pillars, Tyler standing there.
Here's
naked.
your main door.
And so
Is
I
it?
hurried up
Or
and
is it up
pulled
here?
the main door closed, but I stayed in between the screen door and the main door right here.
Okay.
Oh,
Are you
right here.
able to
Right there, y'all.
Yep.
demonstrate for the jury how Tyler's back appeared to you? Are you, just wait, are you able to do that?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, may she step down?
Yes, go ahead.
Just right there, that's fine. Okay, thank you. You can sit back down again. All right, so you saw him standing in there naked with his back to you. Tell me what you did in response to seeing that.
Sorry,
I
guys.
shut the door,
Wrong one.
stood there. Text Jenny, hey, you, saying if she was in the home to meet me at the door. While I was doing that, I heard a door close. So I figured, oh, Tyler went into his bedroom. I can re-enter the home. So that's what I ended up doing.
Okay, did Tyler say anything while he was there?
No, never.
Okay. So you sent Jenny that text and you ended up going inside. What did you do then?
Removed my shoes, put socks on, and then went to walk around the recliner to set my coffee mate down on her end table
Okay, can you point in that diagram about where her end table would have been?
right here.
Okay, so you set your creamer down. What were you gonna do?
There's a couch that goes right here. I was gonna sit down right here on the couch. Because at that point, I had already known her car was gone, so figured we do coffee. We love Jumble. Haven't had it in a while. I figured that's where she had gone.
Okay, so you're gonna just sit and wait for her?
Yes.
Okay, did you ever sit?
No, never made it that far.
Why?
As I went to sit down, I looked to my left and I seen what looked like hair, fur, something. So I ended up scooching over towards that and lifting the blanket to find out what was underneath it. And it was Echo.
Okay, tell me what you did then.
I lifted his leg up and I dropped it. And then I uncovered him more and I looked at his eyes. His eyes were like, looked almost glued shut. And then I covered him back up and I stood there trying to think of what my next idea is gonna be.
Okay, what were you thinking at this point?
Well, at this point, I thought Nick was over. Maybe they went to get help for the dog. And Nick took Jenny's car to drive because Jenny and Echo are inseparable. That's what I thought.
So what did you do?
So I still proceeded to go into the kitchen just to make sure she wasn't down in the basement trying to get something, which would be, I was right here, then I walked through here into the dining room, kept walking into the kitchen. Right here's the basement door. If she was down there, she'd always leave the door open.
Okay,
It was closed.
all right, so you checked to see if she was down there, and then what'd you do?
I turned around and I walked into the dining room where Jenny's table and chairs was set up right here.
Okay.
And that's where I stood there and stopped.
Okay,
I can't see her
what did you
pointer.
do then? Did you try to call her?
No,
Yes.
they're
at
showing a
that point,
computer screen.
I tried calling her. I
The actual.
might have texted her.
Mhm.
Nothing. The house was so quiet.
Okay, and as you were trying to do that, what did you see?
In this corner right here was her purse.
Okay, did you also notice anything about the curtains?
They were shut. When Jenny's up, they're always open.
Okay, so you saw her purse, she wasn't answering the phone, the curtains were shut. What'd you do now? Or what were you thinking now?
I was just standing there calling her and I was waiting for a response and I got nothing. And when I seen her purse, I stopped and questioned myself. She never leaves without her purse. Like she never goes anywhere without her purse. So that made my gut start turning and I just stood there longer trying to think, where am I going next?
Okay, and where did you end up going next?
I was right here by the dining room table. This entrance door right here, airway, is to her bathroom and then to her bedroom. So I proceeded to walk to her door. Her door was closed.
Okay,
So I gently knocked on it, opened the door, said, Jenny, come on. You never sleep in like this. Let's go. I'm here. Let's start our day. And no response. And I'm like, so I kept, come on, Jenny, let's go. Wake up. Still nothing.
okay, so what did you do then?
I then, right here was like her bed. And then over here is a nightstand. I walked up to the corner of the nightstand and her bed. And I stood there and I looked over her. And then I froze.
Okay, why'd you freeze?
The blood and the amount of blood that I had seen, I don't know if I was in shock or if I was my brain playing tricks on me because the way her jaw was is the same way of one of her seizures she's had in the past. So I called Ron at that point and I said, I need you. I think Jenny is dead. I thought maybe seizure and her ears and everything, she bled out.
Okay, and at this point, you didn't have any lights on in the room.
No, she does have a window here and a window here
Okay,
that does let in a little bit of light, but she has those darkening curtains on her windows.
okay, and she has further precaution to get extra light in on those coverings too, right?
Yes,
What?
she has clips on them.
So you had just a little bit of light coming in from the cracks between the
Yes,
curtains.
and her bed literally meets up right here where one of the windows is.
Okay, but other than that, you didn't turn on any lights.
No, I did not.
Okay, so you called Ron, your boyfriend,
Yes.
and after that, what did you do?
After I spoke with him, I hung up the phone and I called 911.
Okay. Did you know during this time where Tyler was at?
No, I had no idea.
And now, so you called the police. What were you thinking at this point?
At this point, the amount of blood that I'd seen, I got terrified while I was on the phone with 911. And I just dropped to the floor, crawled over to the door, and she's got dressers when you first walk in her bedroom right here. And I just held my feet up against the dressers and held the door closed.
Okay. And
Mm.
the whole time while you're doing that, were you on the phone with the police?
Yes,
Okay. And were you
So
doing
brutal.
that and on the phone with police until someone finally arrived?
yes.
Okay. Tell me about when that someone arrived.
I was not expecting this much.
I was still with my feet up against the dressers. And I heard an officer come in and announce themselves, but I didn't believe it first. So as I heard the officer getting closer to me, I did open the door.
That's a lot of
I
fear.
seen the officer coming around this corner. I hightail booked it out of there and ran into the officer. And I asked him, "Don't leave me, don't leave me." He proceeded to walk into the bedroom, and I proceeded to try to walk out of the home.
You had gone into the kitchen, right?
As I was leaving this part of the home, I'd seen another officer come in the front door. So I took off this way because he had his gun out, and that scared me. So I went and I hid in the kitchen area.
Okay. Until Officer Hesselbacher did take you outside to your boyfriend waiting for you.
Okay, guys, word of advice. Don't do what she did. You hit the floor or put your hands up, but you don't run because he could have shot her.
Mm-hmm.
Not a wise decision.
No.
Lucky her.
Okay.
And we went from this little area where I was hiding, this little area, and
In the kitchen.
took me through the door all the way here to the sidewalk, and then that's where I met Ron.
You had said that you had gone to the kitchen because you had seen another officer arrive, but you weren't in the kitchen, right? You went,
This little dugout room, like a kind of a mud room,
and that's where you
Yes.
waited until you were taken
in
out.
this little corner, like right here, yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Your
Better
Honor.
get the censor button ready if I can.
Might have
Right.
your mics on, not sure.
They better be nice.
I have been on scenes where it's like that, even worse, but it's so devastating,
Mhm.
especially when it's your loved one.
I think you said that you had surgery, your surgery, and let me first say, good morning, Ms. Woolman.
Good morning.
And I know we've met before.
Yes.
Um, In order to try to minimize some of the trauma for you, I'm going to try to, I'm going to just jump right into it.
Get on the mic.
All right. So
Lally.
I believe you testified in direct examination that you had surgery on December 13th. Is that right?
Yes.
Prior to December 13th, you did your like weekly coffees.
Yes.
Okay. If I understand correctly, the last time before January 18th, that you would have done your weekly coffees would have been on the day before your surgery on December 12th.
No, we seen each other December 12th that evening because I went over there to wish her luck. She was leaving for a trip and I wanted just to tell them bye. Like, I'll be gone for a little while. I'm having my surgery. You know, just the last hi bye before the new year too, because I had my surgery.
And you really didn't see her much again until, I mean, I understand you guys talked every day, usually by text, but you didn't see her much again until January 18th.
The week before, she had taken me to get groceries.
The week before January 18th.
Yes,
So the week of,
it was a Monday, the week before.
okay.
I don't know the specific date.
He can look it up.
But the 12th would have been the last time then that you were actually in her home.
Yes, December 12th.
Now, when you entered the home, you came in this door here, right?
Yes,
Okay. And as I understand it, you opened the door. Is that right?
yes,
And you see Tyler standing in approximately this area.
yes,
And Tyler's facing away from you.
yes, standing up.
And he's naked.
Yes,
And he's just standing there.
yes.
You didn't see Tyler do anything, did you?
Do
He wasn't doing
anything-
anything at the time. He was just
No,
standing.
he was just standing there.
Okay.
Uh-oh. I might have startled him when I opened the door, because when I reshut the door, you could hear him like take off into wherever he went and shut the door. That's all you
Little
could hear.
skitters.
So after you closed the door, and I think you closed this door,
Yes,
so you would have remained on the front porch?
wedged in between the screen door and the main wooden door. Yes,
Okay, so right in this area here.
yes,
After you close the door, you hear footsteps and then you hear a door close inside the house.
yes.
Now, when you saw Tyler standing here, was he wet?
I have no idea.
Do you remember talking to me at a deposition earlier?
Yes,
Okay. I guess I need to be specific. Do you remember telling me at that deposition that his hair was not wet?
I do not.
If I were
All
to
right,
show you
let's
the
just
deposition-
admit it.
if I were to show
That
you
didn't
the
happen.
transcript of that deposition,
Sorry.
Would that refresh your memory?
Yes. Unless
Is he-
I'm just not understanding the question.
I understand.
Is he making a distinction between hair being wet and him being wet? Is this really what we're doing?
For the record, I'm referring to, starting on page 32, line 23, and I'm going to have a read until probably page 33, line 6.
Yep.
Yes, go ahead. Do you want to identify the date of the deposition?
You know, when she described how he was standing, it was even creepier because he was standing like this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This would have been the
Okay.
deposition that was taken on July
That's how
6th.
she said he was standing, and it's like,
Is that right?
Yes,
right? Just
Remember sitting and talking to me that day?
like
And we-
his arms were up, and it's like,
yes.
I'm going to ask you
ugh.
to read
As long as
yourself
there's not something like this.
and go through-
Oh yeah, exactly. But like, I don't know, this gives a weirder
Creepy.
feeling than just this. Granted, it's standing naked in the middle of a house where there should be people.
Does that refresh
By
your
the way,
memory?
Braxton, I'm getting comments in Discord that my camera adjustments and lighting
Is hair
looks
wet?
awesome. Thanks for your
It don't.
help.
No, it was not.
You're very welcome.
And I know this actually has more to do with when you get into the actual living room. Okay, but did he leave water behind?
I did not see any.
And I think you told me during the deposition that there was no water on the floor.
No, there was not.
No spoilers.
Did you notice any blood or anything on him?
No, thank you, Rescue
I only
Dog.
seen Tyler that split second. I opened and then reclosed the door.
Was he holding anything?
His back was to me.
Okay, could you see his hands?
No,
Now, you talked later in direct examination about going into the Jennifer's bedroom, the master bedroom.
yes.
I have just a few questions about that, and not specifically about, probably not about what you think I'm going to ask about. As I understand it, the door was closed.
She always slept with her door closed.
Okay, and the door is actually back here, isn't it? There's a little closet here.
Yes, yes,
and the door to the room is back here. So the door to the bedroom was closed
yes,
and the light was off when you opened the door.
yes.
Now, kind of switching gears a little bit. When you come out of the master bedroom, all right, I think you testified that after you passed Officer Hesselbacher, you were heading toward the front door and you saw another officer coming in the front door.
Yes,
He had his gun drawn
yes,
and you ran through the dining room, through the kitchen, into the mudroom.
yes.
I think you said you hid right about there.
In the corner, yes.
In this corner or in this corner?
The top right where you're at.
Okay. So if I understand correctly, you would have hidden right by this back door.
Yes,
Now, on direct examination, you talked about that back door a little bit, but it was actually while we were looking at it from the outside. Do you remember that? When we were looking at the outside picture in the
Yes.
rear of the house,
yes,
and you talked about that door to the mudroom.
yes.
Now, as you were standing here, do you know if that door was locked as you were in that corner?
No, I have no idea.
Do you know whether you locked it?
I never touched that door.
Okay. And you didn't attempt to go out that door, did you?
No, I didn't even realize there was a door there.
I understand. Who would have had access to the home?
I would object as to personal knowledge.
Well, she can answer if she knows. Go ahead.
Well, let me ask it this way. Is there a particular, I know you said that there's a key, a deadbolt on the back door.
Yes,
And I think you testified on direct examination that to your knowledge, Kylie and Jennifer Dazey had the keys for that deadbolt.
Objection, that's just a simple misstatement. She had testified previously that she knew Kylie had a key when she lived there, was unsure in January.
Okay, the objection's overruled. Do you understand the question?
no,
Ask it again.
I think you testified on direct examination that to the best of your knowledge, Kylie and Jennifer had the keys to the back door.
yes, when Kylie lived there. I don't know if she ever returned them when she moved out in September.
And you don't know that anybody else had a key to that back door.
No, I have no idea.
On the front door, how was this door secured?
It had a key code, keypad code. How do you spell that?
Can we take a break?
Yeah, we'll take a restroom break, everyone, about 10 minutes. Remember the admonition, keep an open mind about everything. Don't draw any conclusions. Report back to the jury room.
All right, jury.
Wow. Wow. Oh, take a handbrake. Take a rest. My poor interpreter. I work her so much. By the way, perfect time to tell you that if you go to, for now, but if you go to, scroll across, save. If you go here, you can, the buy me a cup of coffee. Actually, Miss Di is setting up her own, but right now I have one set up for her. Please bless this woman. She is doing this out of the kindness of her heart. So please go to that link, buy me a cup of coffee /AdaKay, and bless her. Bless her, bless her, please. I'd rather you bless her tonight than give her super chat. Give me super chat. She has been doing this for several weeks now, or is it a week? 2 weeks? Something like that. You want to say that?
I said time becomes
It does. But about a week and a half, 2 weeks, or maybe somewhere about there.
whenever Alec Baldwin
Yeah. She came in the middle of Alec Baldwin's case. So, or right at the beginning, actually, wasn't it? Yep, right at the beginning. So that was only 3 days. That was a week ago. Feels like forever. What are you eating?
Goldfish.
Oh, goldfish.
Oh, I have a question.
Answer.
How is the keto doing?
Good. I've only had the mint. I've only had the mint. And but I've done good otherwise.
I was so happy. I stepped on the scales. I was so happy. It wasn't even.
I don't know. I haven't looked yet. Haven't looked.
Okay,
Not looking. Not for another week.
brave.
To make you feel better, the chocolate on those patties
It's dark.
is dark chocolate.
Oh yes.
Dark chocolate is the chocolate that is better for you.
I do
Yeah.
milk chocolate. I like dark.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dark chocolate.
Dark chocolate's the bomb. So please go and bless her. This is groundbreaking. This is new. Nobody else online does this.
You people
Nobody.
are blessed. You was blessed. Tell your friends.
Definitely share, comment, like, subscribe. Also, go and subscribe to Trial Live TV. I'll get it. I want to go live TV trial. That's a dyslexia.
Let's try
And
it.
bless them as well. We've gotten some more subscriptions. I think they're up about 6, but we're going to get them there. We're going to get them there. Okay, Miss Diane, you hanging on?
Yeah, I'll probably give you about another 20 minutes because I'm starting to go.
That's fine. That's fine. We take what we can get.
Yeah.
Tonight, I'm not going to interpret because she will not be in the background. For those of you who are new, I can interpret, but this is court. Miss Diane is a nationally certified and court certified interpreter. I can only interpret if she is in the background watching. I cannot interpret without her here. Oh, didn't hear that. I'm muted now. You're muted now, my dear. So anyway, hey, that's natural. So anyway, so she's going to leave. She's not going to be in the background, so I can't interpret.
As the
Where we are.
code for the keypad.
Yes.
All right. I think during direct examination, you talked a little bit about Nick's truck being in the driveway
When you speak a direct examination, what?
when Amanda was talking to you,
Okay,
and
yes,
Ms. Lassance was talking to you.
yes,
That's what we call that direct examination, and then what I'm doing is called cross-examination.
okay,
So when Ms. Lassance was talking to you and she put up there the picture of the front of the house, do you remember that?
yes,
You pointed out Nick's truck was in the driveway.
yes.
Could you pause it real
What does
quick?
Jenny actually drive?
A GMC Acadia Black.
Okay. Did you see that vehicle?
I did not.
Take a deep breath, my dear. This is hard. Come on, dude. This is cruel.
When Ms. Lassance was walking you through the whole thing as you went through what happened that morning,
Yes,
you talked several times about calling Jenny's phone.
yes.
Do you know the passcode for Jenny's phone?
I only knew it in September when I was notifying everybody after her surgery.
Okay. Do you know if you still know it?
I do not.
Do you know if do you know who else would have known the passcode to her phone?
I do not.
I think you talked about there being a Ring camera on the front door and then the camera on the back door.
I do not know if there was a camera on the back door, but I do know there was a ring on the front door.
Okay. Did that go to her phone? In other words, I know the images are stored in the cloud and everything, but like on mine,
I don't know how a ring works.
I have an app on my phone that allows me to access it. So I was wondering if you knew if that went to her phone.
I have no idea.
She doesn't know. Why are you putting yourself in here anyway?
Yeah, right.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
What
whoa,
was
whoa.
that?
That's improper.
What was that?
Objection? Objection?
I have a Ring camera and it goes to my phone. Wonderful for you.
Why don't
I didn't know
you?
you were testifying.
Oh, I already don't like this dude.
Right. Real quick before you start it. I found it really genuine when she's like, direct examination. What do you mean? What is this? What is this? We all take for granted our knowledge of the court system, of what these words mean. Most
Right.
people don't.
Mm-hmm.
Like, lawyers take it for granted, and even us here, we take it for granted.
Yeah, I even thought about doing with the interpreter a legal vocab live where we talk about the normal vocabulary you hear in court, like voir dire. So, yeah, that would be cool. Okay.
When
Ooh,
Ms.
there's
Lasance
there's no
was
sign
talking
for
to you
voir dire.
about interactions that you observed between Jennifer Dazey and Tyler Dazey, you talked about a number of names that you had heard call Ms. Dazey.
Yes.
All right. And one of those, I think you said, was witch.
No,
Did he ever call her that?
I never heard him say witch.
Was
It was bitch, whore, cunt. Those were the three main ones.
okay. And I think you said that
You
sometimes
missed
would say when he was angry,
every
and
single
sometimes he would
one
say
of
when he was
those.
joking.
I know.
You were one beat off for
I'm
Do you know,
deaf.
was-
I'm reading.
Was Jennifer ever involved
You
in
did so good.
seances or
One
associating
beat
with
off.
a
We
medium
heard
or anything
every
like that?
word. You fantastic effort. I know.
I couldn't understand what they were saying. He's not really on the mic. I was just.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm demonetized now anyway at this point.
You know, I think you may have covered them
She
up
was
enough.
talking to the neighbor's mom. That was a median, but I don't know what came about all of that.
Was it about that kind of stuff?
Jenny had mentioned once about talking to a median, and it was her neighbor's mom. Other than that, we never spoke
About that?
about any of that.
Okay. And I know you talked about those names and the way they interacted and stuff. To your knowledge, is there any history of Tyler being physically violent towards Jennifer?
Never in front of me.
And I think you actually told officers that it was your opinion that Tyler wouldn't hit a woman.
Not unless you seriously pushed his last button.
Well, they haven't demonetized me yet. How fast would it show?
I don't think I have anything else. Thank you, Ms. Fulman.
Any redirect?
Thank you. There was a bit of discussion about the defendant's appearance when you saw him and his hair. Do you remember those questions by Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Okay. Now you said you saw him for a split second.
Yes.
Okay. And tell me about Tyler's hair. Is it long or short?
Long.
Thick?
Shoulder length, blonde. Yeah, now thinner.
Okay. And you didn't touch him? You didn't?
No, never.
Didn't touch the hair?
No.
Okay, you have long hair.
Yes.
Sometimes it take a while for it to fully dry.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked a bit about the back area where you were waiting while the police were arriving. That back, I'm going to call it a pantry area.
Okay.
Okay. Is a reason why you didn't even think to access that door because nobody ever accesses that door?
Nobody ever accesses that door, so it didn't even dawn on me to use that door.
No other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Blair, anything else for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You can step down.
Wow. Somebody just sent a picture of their 65-inch TV with our live on it.
Another witness for the
It
state.
looks good.
Yeah, Judge, at this time, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 5, which is the 911 call.
Any objection?
Y'all be
objection.
warning.
Exhibit
Warning.
5 is admitted?
May I publish?
Yes.
Warning. Trigger warning.
Just gonna fix volume to make sure that's going good, okay?
Yeah, please do.
111, what's the address of your emergency? I don't know. I'm on Avoca Street. I need someone right now. What street are you on? Avoca. Avoca? Yeah. Okay, what's going on? I was supposed to meet my best friend for coffee. I think she's dead. You think your best friend is dead? Are you able to check what the address is? Okay. All right, we're gonna get help on the way here. Hello? Yep, I'm here. I'm right here.
Mm.
Okay. All right, just take some deep breaths, okay? What's going on? I don't know. She's full of blood laying in her bed. She's full of blood? Okay. Is she breathing at all? I don't know. I don't want to touch her. She won't answer me. She won't. Okay, can you see her chest rising and falling at all? No, I can't look at her. Okay, how old is she? 46. 46? Okay. Okay. So you don't know if she's breathing? I'm sitting by her door in her bedroom on the floor. Okay. Are you able to just walk outside and see what the address is? 1605, I think. 1605. Okay. It's right on the corner. Okay. Just take some deep breaths. Do you know if there is an AED available? I don't know what that means. Okay. That's okay. Okay, we're getting people on the way right now, okay? And are you by her right now? She's in her bed and I'm on the floor at her bedroom door. Okay. It's okay. What's her name?
Keep her talking.
Hello? It's Jennifer Ann Daisy. Jennifer Daisy? Yes. Okay. And what's your name? Is the door unlocked, do you know? Yes, it's unlocked. Okay. What's your name? I'm a Christy Fullman. You're Christy? Yeah. Okay. Christy, yep, they're on the way right now. There should be an officer coming up right now. Please. Yep, they're coming. It's okay.
That seems like forever. Gosh.
Okay, I believe. Can you see the officer? I don't know. Can I see them? I don't know. Okay. Okay, it's okay. There's an officer. There's an officer pulling up right now. Okay, is he there? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna hang up with you. Okay.
State calls Brad Hesselbacher.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter
That
will be
was
the
rough.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Oh,
I do.
yeah.
Didn't have a seat there.
I think that the reason she didn't get
State your name and
hurt
spell it for
by
the record, please.
officer was that she
Officer
was
Brad Hesselbacher, Hesselbacher.
Go ahead, counsel.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Judge. Good morning, officer. How are you today?
Good.
Good. And I see you are in uniform. Are you currently employed as a City of Dubuque police officer?
I am.
And how long have you been employed as a City of Dubuque police officer?
14 years.
And prior to that, did you work in any other agencies of law enforcement
I did. The
Tell-
city of Milwaukee in Wisconsin for
And-
3 years.
for 3 years? So did you say 14 years in Dubuque?
I did, correct,
17 years of law enforcement experience?
correct.
Okay. Prior to that, I believe you told me you were a truck driver?
That's correct.
Okay. And so in order to become a Milwaukee police officer, do they have their own law enforcement?
Braxton, were you wanting to say something?
Just I think the reason the officer expected her to be there and expected her to come out. Like, I think that's why she was all right when she did come out, but still bad idea.
Well, and a lot of times, and this EMS person didn't say it, when you see the police officer, please don't run. Either sit down, put your hands up, you don't run.
No.
Because he doesn't know if the person is still in the house. And being a woman doesn't guarantee that you are not the one who did the crime.
No. Do we know what mental illness the son had yet? Okay.
He went to a state facility. I used to work at the state hospital here in Texas for the forensically insane or incompetent to withstand trial. He would have gone to a facility, been tested, and then if he's found competent, he would be sent back to the jail, and then trial would resume. So he does not have any diagnosis that would prevent him from being tried.
Well,
What other? I have not found that. I don't know. He is none according to the state facility.
Well, I thought I read that they found him not competent, and then they reversed the decision like a month later or something.
I don't know.
So that'll be interesting.
We'll find out. This is a trial we are all of us are going into blind like an alternate juror would. This is definitely, we're learning everything you're learning. Other than that quick synopsis I gave at the beginning, we know nothing.
Academy.
They do. It's a 26-week.
Diane, do you want to step out? Okay, you're saying good night?
Yes. So I would let me know what happens. I'm really very interested.
Well, we're going to be on tomorrow morning.
What time?
I will send you in a text on your phone.
Okay. Everyone?
I will find out, and I will put the link in your IM.
Okay.
Love you. Good night. Thank you. Thank you so much, beloved. You're awesome. Oh, I couldn't do this without her. Actually, I could, but it would suck. And I am not going to interpret tonight, y'all. So please be understanding. I'm just not going to do it tonight. Okay, here we go.
Participate in that and graduate?
I did.
And so when you transferred employment to City of Dubuque, did that training transfer to the state of Iowa?
It did, other than taking a written test to show I understood Iowa code.
Okay. And did you complete that?
I did.
Okay. And as a City of Dubuque police officer, you are required to complete continuing education, trainings, and things like that. Are yours all up to date?
They are.
Okay. So generally, as a City of Dubuque peace officer, what are some of your tasks you deal with regularly?
Traffic.
Good point, Ronnie.
Handling calls, dispatch to us, domestics, disturbances, all sorts of animal calls, all sorts of different.
Okay. And are you currently stationed in patrol?
I am.
And would it be fair to say that patrol, every day you come into work, you're not really sure what's going to happen?
Correct.
Okay. And so would you agree that January 18, 2024 was kind of one of those days, officer?
It was.
Okay. So tell me about January 18th. What was your shift that day?
Shift 1, 5 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Okay. And is that your typical shift?
It is.
All right. And dispatch had sent you to 1605 Avoca Street at some point. Can you tell me about that?
I was dispatched to 1605 Avoca Street. All I knew was we had a deceased person at that location.
Okay. Is that what dispatch was reporting to you?
Correct.
Okay. So all you knew as you arrived was that there was a deceased person inside.
Correct.
Okay, so tell me about what you did when you arrived at 1605 Avoca Street.
When I arrived, I knocked on the door. I didn't receive an answer.
Oh,
As
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. And you arrived there at 8:51 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
I knocked on the door, didn't receive an answer. As I was standing there, I heard somebody crying inside. So I checked the doorknob, door was unlocked. So I announced myself and went inside. Hearing the sobbing, I went to where I heard the sobbing, which was the bedroom where I observed Christy at the foot of the bed, and she was just sobbing hysterically. She couldn't really tell me anything at that point. So I went into the bedroom, which was dark. There was no lights on. And I observed Jennifer Dazey deceased on the bed with a laceration to her scalp, and fingers were severed. And so then I exited the bedroom to where Christy, she had gone out to the kitchen, which was maybe 10 or 15 feet away. And at that time, Officer Slight was coming in, and I informed him of what we had, and we began talking to Christy, and she advised us that Tyler could still be in the house.
Okay, when you arrived to the scene, you had no information that there was anyone else inside the home, right?
Correct.
Okay, and when you walked into the home, you kind of said you were walking towards the crying.
Correct.
And when you approached that bedroom door, tell me about how Christy reacted to you.
She latched on to me right away. She was very scared, and so she latched on to me.
Okay, and at all times during this car, was part of your uniform a body camera?
It was.
And was your body camera working and fully functional on January 18, 2024 at 8:51 a.m.?
It was.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Officer, I'm handing you a flash drive which contains, here you go, which contains a clip of your body worn camera footage from January 18, 2024. Have you reviewed that footage?
I have.
And is it accurate as you remember it at that scene?
It is.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 6
Any objection?
No objection.
6 is admitted.
and publish.
Yes.
And the lights, please.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
I may have to cut this. We'll see. Okay, I can't show it. Yeah, I'm ready. Thank you, Northwest. If y'all can't handle anything graphic in a minute, you may just want to listen. If I see deceased or any kind of bodily fluids, I will remove it.
And officer, where that clip came out, cut off at the end, that was when you were approaching Christy and then taking her out of the residence, correct?
Correct.
Okay, did you have any other involvement in this investigation?
No.
Thank you, officer.
Cross-examination.
When the clip cuts out, you went and collected Miss Pullman?
I did.
Okay. Where was she?
In the kitchen area, kind of right behind where I was.
Okay. And was she right next to the back door?
She was near the back door.
Okay. Do you know whether or not the back door was locked at that time?
I do not know.
As you were entering the house, And I think we saw it on the body camera. Did you see the red truck in the driveway?
I did.
Nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I
You're
wanna
free to
know
go.
more about this truck.
Yeah.
Apparently it's Nick's
State
truck.
recall Wilkins stays used. May I check to see his status, Judge?
Yes, go ahead.
Why was Nick's truck there?
You folks are welcome to stand if you'd like. You don't have to.
I don't know.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it'll get really witchy tomorrow. The bats will come out.
Oh, come on.
I'll have a cauldron. Instead of a
There's
gavel, we'll have
witches
a broom.
that don't use any of that. Okay, come on.
Got it.
Some people think.
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
First name's Wilkins, Wilkens. Last name's Dejus, Diejust.
What?
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Judge.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Good morning.
Say that again.
The truth and nothing but the truth. Yes. Go ahead and have a seat there. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
First name's Wilkins, Wilkens. Last name's Dejus, Diejust.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Slow
Anybody
that
catch
down.
that?
I believe you are a lieutenant. Is that your correct ranking?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I think you need to slow that one down.
You're a lieutenant with the City of Dubuque Police
Oh.
Department?
Duh.
Correct.
Lieutenant, how long have you been employed as a lieutenant?
My bad.
2.5 years.
When you
We're going
wouldn't
back.
think That much wouldn't.
No justice. Or excuse me, management. 2.5 years.
You're a
My bad. Sorry, get
First
mad,
name's
but I gotta have it.
Wilkens. Last name's Dejus, Diejust.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
I believe you are a lieutenant.
got
Is that
it.
your correct ranking?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And
Thank you,
you're a lieutenant
Ronnie.
with the City of
Ronnie.
Dubuque Police Department?
That's correct.
Freaking raw.
Lieutenant, how long have you been employed as a lieutenant?
Why
2.5
were we
years.
trying to do this?
And prior to that, how long were you employed in law enforcement?
Close to 11 years now.
Okay, and what kind of education training did you obtain to become a police officer?
I have a AA in business administration, a bachelor's degree in sociology, emphasis in criminal justice, and a master's degree in criminal justice with emphasis in criminal
Thank you,
justice.
Ronnie.
Or excuse me, management.
Okay, and AA is an Associates of Arts degree?
That's correct.
Okay, and did you have to go to a law enforcement academy?
Yes, I completed law enforcement academy in Des Moines, Iowa.
Okay, and is your entire duration of employment with law enforcement for the City of Dubuque Police Department?
That's correct.
Tell me, what does it take to become a
I'm gonna spit that water out. Right.
You almost made me be you, my daughter.
You got that so high, we didn't even hear that last part.
Cop. Cop. C-O-P. Oh, we have
Oh
a
no.
another hottie toddy. Can't wait.
Bro. Back up, get off. Nobody talk. Nobody talk. None. Behave. Down. Down, girl.
lieutenant? What are your
Oh.
duties over and above a
When we start having our members only live, It's really hard when you hear yourself on a 3-second delay. When we start having our members only live, we can say and do anything we want. It's not monetized and it's private. Now, we don't body shame here, but we can appreciate God's gifts with respect.
Patrol officer.
Essentially, you have to take the
Oh,
civil service
Braxton.
test. You have to interview
It's
with
what
the
you signed
department,
up
apply
for.
for it. And,
I know.
You have to show that you're qualified in a multitude of different aspects in law enforcement.
I'm glad
before
Diane
you're
wasn't
able
on
be
to
promoted
interpret that,
within the department.
although I couldn't.
Okay, so it's a promotion.
Correct.
Okay, it's a high ranking officer, right?
Correct.
Okay, second to
How do
captain.
you sign hard body cop?
All right. And so as a lieutenant, do you have day-to-day law enforcement duties?
Yes.
And generally speaking, what are your duties as a law enforcement officer?
Generally speaking, their administrative duties, I oversee a patrol shift, generally on nights and weekends, scheduling, discipline.
Sneaky side, I hope we
coaching,
didn't run
and
you off.
training
Happy,
different
have
officers,
a
and there's a
good
multitude of
sleep.
different cases or different scenes that we as lieutenants and shift commanders respond to.
Okay.
welcome. I'm
but
sorry.
you still respond to calls and help investigate cases and things like that, correct?
That's correct. We respond to higher priority calls, suicides, homicides.
We just exist. It
Accidents
is what it
involving
is.
city officials, natural disasters, robberies.
I think our viewer count
aggravated
has gone
assaults,
up
and just to name a few.
Okay.
since then.
Not much.
And you responded to one of those
I
types
wanted
of
in the
calls on
hundreds,
January 18th,
thousands.
2024 at 1605 Avoca Street, correct?
We'll get there.
Okay, I got to do this so we can pay attention. I want to thank everybody who has joined. You are all individually very important to us. We appreciate you. Please do the likey YouTubey things. We are now monetized. Also, for those of you who don't know, who have just hopped on, please we're giving a shout out and love to Trial TV Live, which is the logo you see here behind. There it is. They are a new YouTube channel that is providing live coverage for these trials without commercials, commentating from other than people like us. You know, we're having fun, but we really appreciate them. I'm going to use them as much as I possibly can, so hopefully they'll cover all the trials I'm covering. Please give them love. Please go like, love, and share. Advertisement's over.
Tell me about how that all came about, how you learned of something going on and ultimately arrived on scene.
I was initially in the shift commander's office. I heard a radio transmission from Officer Hesselbacher requesting a shift commander to come up to the scene. I responded, code 1, which is lights and sirens, to the scene. Upon my arrival, I got together with the officers and kind of talked through what was going on, and we kind of devised our plan from there.
Okay. And when you kind of talked with officers, where were you? Were you outside the home or inside?
I would say part of the conversation took place outside and another part took place right inside the front door.
Okay. And
What? What happened, Trial Live Trial? Trial TV Live, what happened? Oh, they lost their feed. Oh man.
Okay.
Correct.
Do
you not?
They mentioned this in chat. The morning segment ends.
Why?
We'll then resume with Investigator Hoff. You want to call that next witness, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. We'd call Dr. Adam White.
It looks like we come back around 2 hours, 50 minutes.
Yep. Well, we got what we got. Is this the vet? Or the human or the
Can I have you raise your right
critter
hand, please?
hospital?
Do you swear or affirm that
Doctor.
the testimony you give in this
Oh
matter
my
will be
gosh, is
truth,
this the
whole
vet?
truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Go ahead and have a seat there.
Braxton didn't see that.
And if you would state your name and spell it for the record, please.
He's too tall for the chair.
Michael Adam White, Michael,
ADAMWHITE.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Dr. White, you actually go by Adam, do you not?
Correct.
And that's because?
My father's name is Michael, too.
Keeps you guys separated. What is your occupation?
I'm a veterinarian.
How long have you been a veterinarian?
Graduated in 2011.
Where do you practice?
Too young for me.
Vanderloo and White Animal Hospital.
How long have you been practicing there?
Since 2012.
Are you board certified?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, we're not going to show them.
Unmarked, States Exhibit
As soon as they
27.
start popping up,
Do you
I
recognize
move
that?
from screen.
Yes.
Oof. State what that is.
I've just a state of Iowa veterinary license to practice.
I move to
What's
admit
wrong,
Exhibit
Braxton?
27.
Oh, I'm just looking at the
27 is admitted.
Are you in good standing with the veterinary board?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, on January 18th.
Look
of
at
this
Ronnie's
year,
head.
Do you recall Officer Slight of the Dubuque Police Department coming to your office?
I do.
Can you just recall what he was there for?
The police officer was bringing animal in for examination.
Was the dog deceased?
Upon arrival, it was, deceased.
Can you describe the dog briefly?
Small to medium dog, 10 to 15 pounds.
Oh,
And it was brown, short hair on it.
Okay, were you asked to examine
you
the
can't
dog?
tell breed.
I was.
Did you in fact examine that dog?
I did.
Can you tell the jury what the purpose of the examination was?
To look for any evidence of injury as to why the dog would be deceased.
Could you walk through your exam just briefly and explain what it is you did?
Yep. Dog was in stiff rigor mortis upon presentation. Dog was covered in red sticky substance.
That's how we're going to call it now, red sticky substance.
Red substance off, clipped some hair away. We ultimately found an injury to the right side of the head, which was a hole
Graphic warning.
through the skin, subcutaneous tissue, through the bone, into the brain tissue was exposed.
Oh,
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
at least it was fast.
What
you know,
timestamp are we
didn't
at?
suffer.
Show you what's been marked.
Huh?
States Exhibit 28.
What time are we at right now?
There should be two items there.
Okay.
5:26.
27 minutes.
Both of those.
We need to.
I do.
Could you describe what they are?
I'm going to
7
speed this up
The
because
top
it's slow.
copy is an X-ray that was taken after the hole in the skull was discovered, with the purpose of seeing if there was any X-ray
Is that too
evidence
fast?
of foreign material in the head.
Did you in fact take that X-ray?
I did.
And the photograph, did you take that photograph?
I did not take this
What?
photograph.
Was that taken at your office?
This was taken at my office.
I would move to admit Exhibit 28.
No.
His tech.
28 is admitted.
First is just the X-ray,
Move to publish.
Yes.
but
Yes.
Okay,
Is there
X-rays are
anything
fine.
that you noted from that X-ray or that you found from that X-ray?
Looking for anything that would show up within the skull, and thinking of metal fragments, and no metal fragments in the skull. There was a metal object found in the shoulder area, which was
Get
later
ready to pull it
identified to
down.
be a microchip.
stop.
Right there.
You didn't
That
find
little
any
thing there.
fragments?
Not in the skull.
Okay, can you flip to the other one? Okay, that's the
Mm,
photograph.
I told you. Told
It's
you.
gone. It's gone. It was quick. My God, that was quick.
Mhm.
It's gone. Braxton, it's gone.
Yeah.
I don't have a timer. It doesn't show me time.
At the bottom where the pause button.
No, I don't have time on mine. When I expand it, I lose the time.
Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
On information
After
obtained from
that.
officers from the
Okay, we continued. See, when my arrow is up here, you can see it, right? When I push play and I
Interviews with
remove
Nick
the
and
arrow,
Kylie.
I
So
can't
Lieutenant
see the
Crable,
timing.
I believe, interviewed Nick Frey.
So I'm going to pause and I'm going to come off screen just in case. And I'm going to try and get him coming off. Okay, there we go. Awesome.
Investigator Isaiah Hoff.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, guys, that's anybody that can do anything this guy did. I'm sorry, electric chair.
Come on back up this way, please.
Not literally. I'm not saying that. I'm just being.
Just go ahead and have a seat.
I'm not.
Maybe.
You've
You
already
may not
taken an oath.
take
You understand
credit
you're
for that,
still
but
under
I'll
oath?
take
I do. Okay, very good. Counsel, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Where we left things, we had just been talking about all of the items you collected and the ones you selected to send for
Who is
testing.
this?
Yes.
Okay. So after that, you packaged the items, you decided which ones you wanted to do. Did you guys conduct any follow-up?
By the way.
Oh, he was on earlier in the day.
Yep, my personal opinions, I can be sarcastic, but at the end of trial, I'll voice my public opinion. But I do not disagree with Braxton.
Investigation.
Yeah, that's my opinion.
We did. And again, we had kind of touched on this before as far as the additional money.
And I can respect it.
Prior to leaving, we searched
I'm talking about after. Like, did you guys do any neighborhood canvas? What did you do to follow up on your investigation of the scene?
Gotcha. So,
sorry.
Yes, the neighborhood canvas was completed after the fact.
Okay, and you talked to family members. You talked to various people.
Yep. Part of any homicide investigation is, we kind of talk about their circle of contact. Getting to know the victim helps us better understand what would have happened if we can kind of understand the victim. And so part of that is speaking with roommates, family members, friends, ex-boyfriends, anything like that.
Okay. And in anyone that you talked to or followed up with or canvassed, did anyone have any direct knowledge about what had happened to Jennifer?
No.
Okay. Did you learn from your canvassing about the makeup of the household members?
Yes.
Okay. What was that?
So we knew from speaking with numerous people who lived in the area that Jennifer had lived there for several years, that Tyler had recently moved in with her, 6 or 7 months ago, and that those were the two that were currently living in the home.
Okay. Any complaints of any noises or fights or any dramatics at 1605 Avoca from your neighbor?
What, Braxton? Are you talking to me?
What?
Did you how can you follow that testimony and picture with the judge?
I'm talking to other people in chat. I'm talking to other people in
Or
chat.
canvas.
No, that's part of our canvas is to ask if anyone heard any disturbance or anything like that. No one was reporting that.
That primarily Tyler and Jenny kept to themselves.
Yeah, everyone kind of described them as good neighbors. They knew who they were. They were aware of them. No one really had said that they were super close with them, but everyone kind of knew Jennifer and Tyler lived there.
Okay. And were interviews done with Jennifer's other children, Nick and Kylie?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't do those interviews though, did you?
I did not know.
Okay. Did you though, as an investigator with the Criminal Investigations Division, follow up on information obtained from officers from the interviews with Nick and Kylie?
Yeah, so Lieutenant
mother,
Crable, I believe,
red
interviewed Nick Frey. Anytime we do an interview with anyone, we want to fact check them. Are they telling us the truth on stuff? Nick had kind of laid out what he had did the night prior, what he, on the 17th into the 18th, and kind of how he learned of his
objection, Your Honor.
So, I was kind of tasked with verifying his statement to law enforcement. For those of you who aren't familiar, Dubuque has a very extensive camera system here in town. It's kind of, cameras are kind of mounted at every major intersection. And if we have descriptions of individuals, vehicles, time frame, stuff like that, it's relatively easy to kind of track them around town and plot their movements around town. So I utilize those traffic camera systems to follow up on Nick's movements on the 17th into the 18th.
Okay. And there's been previous discussion about some cameras located at 1605 Avoca Street. Were you able to identify Nick on that camera footage?
I was.
Okay, tell me about that.
So we were able to pick him up on city traffic camera footage coming down Asbury Road. He had mentioned that he stopped off at the Dubuque Advertiser to pick up some newspapers. The way he traveled on cameras was consistent with that. We had him operating his red pickup truck. We were able to track that basically all the way into the neighborhood where at 1605 Avoca Street. We were then able to through a search warrant, obtained ring camera footage from the front door at 1605 Avoca Street. And that footage shows him arriving at the home on the evening of the 17th around 7:45 p.m.
Okay, and he had a stack of advertisers with him?
Yes, and those newspapers were located on the couch in the living room.
Okay, and did he leave, according to the ring footage, around 8 p.m. or something of that nature?
Yeah, around 8:05. He I think he steps out to let the dog out and let Echo out in, and then he leaves the house at approximately 8:05 that night.
Okay, was Tyler home at that time?
Based off his statement, Tyler would have been home, yes.
Okay. And then Nick had said that he had gone out of town. Did you follow up on that through traffic camera and the things?
Yep. So Nick's vehicle was parked at 1605 Avoca Street when we showed up there. In speaking with him, he had said he stopped by that evening because the check engine light on his vehicle was on, which is why he needed to use his mother's GMC crossover vehicle. So again, we were able to pick up that GMC crossover vehicle, leaving the area of 1605 Avoca Street. Shortly after 8:05, when we know he left the house, we were then able to track that, through the intersection at 22nd and Central, all the way up to the 2500 block of Jackson Street where Nick lives.
Okay, and then from there?
The car was on camera all night. We were able to watch it. The car didn't move around 5:35 in the morning. Nick comes out of the house, turns the car on to get it warmed up. After 5 minutes or so, he hops on the car, heads south through town, hops on 150, 161, and continues out of town down towards Cedar Rapids.
Okay, and when he arrived at Avoca Street or the law center, when he was notified about what was going on, did he leave an out-of-town work project to come back?
Based off his statement, yes.
Okay. So you mentioned that ring footage of Nick. There were ring cameras on the house, right?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Andy, you want to mark this State's Exhibit 20?
Actually, this is a very important point. He's not there.
Yep.
He doesn't even believe that he's under the authority of this court. And it's not the sovereign citizen claim he's making either. It's his own independent claim. I don't know how else to say that. What do you think, Braxton?
I don't
Crazy.
understand. Yeah. Yeah.
How could, yeah.
There's not a ton to say.
What are those generally?
The exterior photos at 1605.
Stupid is as stupid does.
And that's how it appeared on January 18th, 2024.
Forrest Gump?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 20.
No objection. 20 is admitted?
May I publish?
Yes.
Okay, investigator. First photo in Exhibit 20. What are we looking at?
So if you're standing on the walkway up to 1605 Avoca Street, facing the front of the house, this would kind of be that entrance into that enclosed porch.
Okay. And here?
This would be a view from inside the enclosed porch, looking at the front door leading into the living room. Again, as mentioned in that
definitely.
previous photo, this would be the ring camera that's mounted on the door.
Stupid
And I
could
think
be
it's
said.
previously been referred to as a ring doorbell.
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain generically, if you know, how one of these cameras would function?
You purchase one of these cameras, you mount it, and you have to download the Ring app with that, and that gives you access to kind of view the footage. These cameras are, you can set how much motion triggers the camera, but they're often triggered by some sort of motion or by someone ringing the doorbell.
Okay. And in order to have access to that footage and your experience as a law enforcement with ring footage in your investigations, is that something you have to pay to access?
Yeah, so there's two different ways you can kind of use these Ring cameras. The first would just be to more or less live stream them. If you were to install one of these at your house, download the app, create an account. If you were to pull up that app, you could kind of view it live, but you are required to purchase a subscription plan if you want to access the cloud storage. So if you don't pay, I believe it's like $49.99 a year, none of the footage will be saved.
Okay. The next photo?
So this is the back of the residence. The photographer would be standing in the driveway. These are steps leading up to that rear door. Up here is a Ring camera.
Okay. And this?
Just a closer view of the Ring motion camera.
Okay, so we briefly discussed that front camera, and we also talked about footage that you reviewed from that front camera. What about this camera?
So Corporal Stair
Better,
obtained a search
Braxton?
warrant requesting all saved Ring footage that was stored in the cloud.
I'm trying to get us a little
Ring did
bigger
provide
because some
us
people
with,
are struggling to
any and all
see
activity
us.
from the front doorbell. Ring did not
that better?
supply us with any footage from this rear camera.
Okay, and in your training experience, what
They
what
want to see
reasons
that
could
gorgeous
be
hair.
that there wasn't any footage provided?
I'm going to object to speculation. Well, she's asking what reasons could there be, not what happened here. You can answer.
There's three main reasons why footage wouldn't be provided. The first would be that the camera is not plugged in and is not functional, therefore wouldn't be in a position to capture any motion. The second would be that there was no motion or no activity at that back door, therefore nothing would be triggered and nothing would be saved to the cloud. The third reason would be that the subscriber is not paying for cloud storage. Part of Ring's subscription is it's like $49.99 for one camera and then like $99.99 for unlimited amounts of cameras. So a subscriber could make the decision, hey, the front door is what I'm most concerned with. I only want to pay $50 a month. Therefore, I'm just going to kind of utilize this as a live camera, and I'm not so much concerned about storing of the footage.
Okay.
Now I look like Braxton.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, I'll first hand you what I marked as State's Exhibit 21. Is this the certificate of authenticity that Ring provided you, accompanying the footage that they provided you from the front camera at 1605 Avoca Street?
Yes.
Okay, so this
What can I say?
certifies
It
that they
comes
are
naturally.
authentic, correct?
Yeah, so
Mine does
anytime
too.
people will provide us with business records footage or something like that, someone will actually go through and sign a letter saying what I'm sending you is true and accurate and everything that you requested.
Okay, and there was a clarification within that document later with follow-up requests about this second camera and them stating, we provided you everything we have.
That's correct. Again, we did reach back out to Ring in an attempt to verify why no footage was provided from that rear camera. We were told by Ring, we have provided any and all available footage saved to the cloud associated with this account.
Okay, move to admit State's Exhibit 21.
So, any objection to 21?
Objection.
No, Your Honor. 21 is admitted.
Okay, I'm now showing you a flash drive that contains a Ring camera clip from January 17th and a Ring camera clip from January 18th. Have you reviewed all the Ring camera clips that were provided to you?
Yes.
Okay, and have you reviewed clips from both January 17th and January 18th?
Yes.
Okay, was there one clip at around 10 p.m. that Jennifer appeared on the footage?
Yes.
On the 17th, excuse me.
That's correct.
And then one clip on the 18th at approximately 8:38 a.m. that shows Miss Bowman entering the residence.
That's correct.
And were those, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 22 and 23.
'22 and '23 are both admitted.
What do they have?
Oh, I'm going to say this wrong. I think it's like Greenwich time, something to that effect. But basically, it's like a standard time, and we have to do the conversion on the timestamps to Central Standard Time.
Okay. Okay.
Steve.
You reviewed this clip and the timestamp on it was 10 o'clock p.m. Is that correct?
Once the conversion was done, yes.
Okay. And who is in this photo walking out the door?
That is Jennifer Dazey.
Okay. Okay, and that's the end of that clip. You didn't cut it down or anything like that, correct?
No, again, those clips are motion activated, so they send what they send.
Yep, so it depends on what's happening, whether or not they trigger or not, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and are they a forward projecting camera? Do they project forward or backwards?
Forward.
Okay. Okay, we'll play exhibit 23. And you know this is 8:38 a.m. on January 18th.
Yes,
Okay. Is that Ms. Holman walking in?
it is.
Was that a child or was that the friend? Ellie. Kitten named Ellie. Yes, that was the one that was on death's door. How she lived, I don't know. Grace of God.
Okay, and that was the end of that clip?
Yes.
Yeah, she's climbing up my leg. Do we have any bad
After
images
that,
coming up?
Who's the next
Northwest
person that's seen
or anybody?
on camera going into that house?
Officer Hesselbacher arriving.
And Ms. Fullman's testimony, her statement to police was that she stood inside the door. Would that be a reason why the camera didn't re-trigger?
Yeah.
To show her exit or anything like that?
Yeah, so the way, from the pictures, you can kind of see there's a storm door and then there's that main door. Watching the video, you can kind of see that end of the door doesn't completely close. So it would almost be as though she's kind of sandwiched in that little triangular space that's created by the partially open storm door and then the open or partially opened wood door leading to the house.
Okay. And at least from the footage on that camera, no one is seen going in or out of that house between 10 p.m. on January 17th and 8:38 a.m. on January 18th.
That's correct.
You previously testified that Ring said there's no footage from the backdoor camera. So did you investigate any potential entry at that, I should say the side door entry?
Yeah, so we were able to verify that that door was locked upon our arrival on the 18th. And again, that it's visible in body camera footage and everything that door was locked when we arrived.
Okay, and you pulled a clip from body camera footage to show the condition of the deadbolt as well as the door handle?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you confirm that the position the deadbolt was in a locked position?
So in all the body camera, any body camera officers that were in that back room that captured the door, that deadbolt is in the thumb lock is in a thumb knob's in a vertical position. I had reached out to the property owner, it's either Ron or Rod Smith, and talked with him about that. He said he's familiar with all the locks that he installs in his property. He said if that lock is vertical, if the thumb lock is vertical, that deadbolt is locked and engaged.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Handing you what I marked as State Exhibit 24. And what is that, investigator?
So this is a screenshot of Captain Stiles' body camera. It shows his time in that back room. On the left-hand side, you can kind of see the doorknob and the deadbolt lock. You can see that the lock is engaged in a vertical position.
Okay. Move to admit State Exhibit 24.
Just in case. Taking a minute.
All right. Show the jury, please, what you were referencing.
So again, this is just a still image of a body camera. This is the deadbolt. Again, it's clearly in the vertical position, that style of lock. If it's in that vertical position, it would show that that deadbolt is engaged. Again, this knob lock has the electrical tape on, which I believe was already explained why that was relevant.
Okay. All right. So other than the lock, any observations on the exterior in that area or the outside of the house that you observed to determine whether or not there was any forced entry or any disturbance or any other access point?
Yeah, there was a door leading from the steps going down into the basement that led to the backyard. It was clear that there was absolutely none of the snow outside of that door had been disturbed. No one had come in and out of that door.
Okay, hold on one second. I'm going to put up another photo.
If this live goes down, it's the cat's fault. I'm not kidding.
Oh, I know. I'm sure you're not. I'm going to skim through the testimony for all the pictures and let you know if there are any that we need to worry about.
Yeah, go ahead.
from the steps leading down into the basement. Again, there was snow in the backyard. Absolutely no footprints coming or going from that door.
Okay. And then anything else that you did to look around the outside to see if anyone else had accessed?
Yeah, again, as previously mentioned, we always want to check to see if windows and screens are in place, which they were in this case. No evidence of any footprints in the snow underneath any of the windows. Again, this is that locked back door where the deadbolt is engaged in that back mudroom pantry area.
Okay. Any evidence of a disturbance from what you saw?
No.
Okay. Now, investigator, as part of your investigation, you have reviewed some phone calls the defendant made in the past couple of months, correct?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever point to anyone else who could be responsible for this?
Yes. So there were all calls made from the Dubuque County Jail are recorded. All inmates are notified of this before they make the phone call. We have software that allows us to review those phone calls. Part of any investigation is kind of monitoring those phone calls, see who are they calling, what are they talking about, are they making any admissions? Back in March, end of March, I think March 30th, Mr. Dazey made at least 2 phone calls, one to his brother, Nick, and then one to his Aunt Katie. In these phone calls, he had identified his ex-girlfriend, Tessa, as having been at the front door of the house on the day of the murder and being present inside the home while he was being detained by officers.
First, let's talk about prong 1 here. Was Tessa ever in the residence?
No.
When law enforcement was there?
No.
Okay. Did anyone see her outside the residence?
No.
Okay. Now, the second portion, did you follow up on his claim regarding Tessa?
I did.
And was she, I'm assuming you talked to her.
Yes.
Okay. How did you eliminate her as a potential suspect?
I sat down and I did an interview with her. She had stated that it had been several years, 4 or 5 years since she last spoke with Tyler, denied having any knowledge that anyone was living, or that Tyler and his mother were living at 1605 Avoca Street, and denied any knowledge of any involvement.
Okay, so she didn't even know that he lived there?
According to her statement, no.
Okay. Was there any other evidence that would have connected her to this crime?
No.
All right. I have no additional questions, investigator. Thank you.
Cross-examination. Yes.
You're just going to have to tell me because I can't see timestamps.
All right.
Okay, that will probably be fine.
Yeah.
I'm more concerned about mounds of it or body issues, pictures.
There is one that we will need to skip. 1616 or 616, excuse me.
Okay.
Yeah, that one.
Just tell me when we're getting close.
I will.
Please. Like I said, I can do that, but when I do it.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
I'm going to skim. Let me click on it. That's why it's good to have mods.
Investigator Hoff, I have just a couple of questions for you with regards to the Ring cameras. On direct examination, you had testified that there were only 3 ways.
My mod and Bill's partner in crime tonight.
That there were only.
I got to answer this. Braxton, who's helping co-stream this tonight, I want him to get some experience because he's going to start doing his. But he is watching ahead on another screen. I'm streaming. He's not. So he's kind of previewing so we don't show anything that we're not comfortable with. Thank you for that.
In which that camera in the backyard wouldn't produce footage.
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Ring app? You talked about downloading it to a phone and opening it on a phone.
Yeah, I have some knowledge of the app, yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, is it also possible to go into the settings on a camera in your app and turn off motion sensitive and the various recording functions for a particular camera governed by that app?
Yeah, again, I had mentioned that you have the ability to kind of adjust how sensitive it is, what triggers it, stuff like that. Yes.
Okay. So somebody, in addition, there's a fourth way. Somebody could go into the camera and go into that particular camera's functions and stop that camera from recording, couldn't they? That is true, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the app isn't just limited to one phone. It can be put on, well, for example, I could put it on my phone and my wife's phone and my daughter's phone, couldn't I?
Yes, if you share login information, yes.
Nothing further. I don't have anything further. Mr. Hoover has some questions.
Go ahead, Mr. Hoover.
How you doing today, Investigator Hoff?
Doing well.
Long afternoon so far?
Not too bad.
Okay. When you arrived on the day of the 18th, did you observe that back door from the outside?
Yes, yeah, I would have. When I arrived, I went around back by Lieutenant Corporal at the time, Crable, who was standing back there, yes.
Okay. And did you observe whether or not there were footprints, or at least that somebody had been on that porch?
Yeah, the steps had not been shoveled, and you could tell that people had come in and out of that back door.
And do you know, prior to the 18th, when would have been the last time that it snowed? And for the record, maybe I should say January 18th of 2024.
I don't know when it snowed before that, no.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at some data from the weather service?
Sure.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And just look at this yourself. Don't read anything out loud. But if we look at here, this would have been the 18th. Okay. And I'm not interested on the snow that happened on the 18th, because we can't verify it. And this is new snow. We can't verify when that happened. But if we go above the 18th, can you find the date where next it would have shown some new snow?
Would have been the January 12th or the 13th.
Okay.
Significant amount on the 12th, some on the 13th.
Okay. And so, if my math is right, that'd be about 5 or 6 days from the 18th, correct?
Yes.
On the Ring doorbell subpoena, do you know how wide of a range Corporal Stair, right? Corporal Stair requested?
I'd have to look at the specific, what is named in the search warrant, but it was before, a few days before the 17th and the 18th.
Would it refresh your recollection if you had a chance to look at the search warrant?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you, again, just look at it yourself, and specifically this paragraph right here.
Yeah, so again, the search warrant requested all video recorded and stored from 1/1/24 to 1/19/24.
So at least it had snow in between that period of time, correct?
Yes.
So at least one can assume from the evidence that someone had approached that or had been on that porch sometime between the 12th and the 19th.
Yes.
Okay. And also, more than likely, the officers on the scene would have triggered the camera on the 18th, correct?
Yes, they would have been in a position to have triggered that footage if it was active and recording.
And that back door, did you take any fingerprints off the deadbolt?
We did not know.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that Miss Folman was in a state of panic or hysteria when she discovered the body?
I would say so.
Okay. Sometimes people do things that they don't realize what they're doing when they're in a state of panic or hysteria.
Sure, sometimes they can.
Is it possible that she may have locked the door and not realized that she locked the door?
Objection.
Yeah, I'm not sure he would know.
I'm just asking if it's possible.
Okay, go ahead. You can answer.
Anything is possible, yes.
Sure. And obviously, someone can enter that door if they had a key. Is that correct?
Yes.
And
Best way to answer
were
that
you
question.
able to locate the keys for that back door?
So I never did, no.
Okay. Now, in your investigation, you did receive some keys. Is that correct?
I believe Corporal Crable was given some keys for the residence.
Okay. And were you kind of the lead investigator in this case?
Yes.
And so you would have kind of reviewed all the evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if anybody had tried any of the keys that Corporal Crable got?
I don't believe anybody tried them for the back door. I know they did work to engage the deadbolt on the front door, but I don't believe he or I tried them on the back door.
Do you know if any keys were ever recovered from Kylie?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know if she was asked for any keys?
I don't know if she was asked during her interview.
Okay. What about after her interview? And at any point, did anybody ask if she had keys?
I don't believe law enforcement ever asked her that, no.
Okay. And you talked to a number of people that were associated either as a neighbor or associated with Jennifer, correct?
Yes.
And one of those people was Gina, I'm going to butcher this name, but Schletty,
I believe.
Schletty?
I believe. Am I? Okay. I'm mispronouncing it, so I'm sorry to her.
Okay, yeah, and I know I am too. So, and you why did you speak to her?
Based off my conversations during my canvass, a lot of people had told me she's the unofficial, neighborhood leader. Kind of knew what was going on in the neighborhood, was close friends with Jennifer.
Okay. Did she have knowledge about Tyler and Jennifer's relationship?
Yeah.
And did she give any kind of indication what kind of relationship they had?
I mean, I can't remember the specifics of everything she talked about as far as their relationship goes.
Would it help refresh your recollection if you had a chance to look at your report?
Yep.
Well, I'm going to let him answer yes or no. It does call for hearsay.
You didn't, of all the people you talked to, did you find any indication of Tyler physically assaulting Jennifer?
No.
Yeah. Did she give you any information about who maybe has keys to the house?
I believe she had mentioned that there was some dispute over Kylie having the keys and not returning them. Again, whether or not those were keys that had been turned over to the family that ended up in her hands after the incident, I'm not quite sure.
Okay. And you also stated that you interviewed Tessa George.
Yes.
Steven.
And she didn't have any valuable information, correct?
No.
I'd love to have you
and
on a
at
members
least at
only live.
The
It
time
would
of
be
the
a
arrest,
blast.
Mr. Dazey seemed fairly confused. Is that my understanding?
Gotta join him for that.
Yeah, again, he was not responding how you would expect someone to
I believe a
respond.
joke's going over my head.
It's not going over my head.
Is it possible that he was mistaking someone else for Tessa George?
I don't know what he was thinking.
Look at a few of the exhibits that you went over. I just want to make sure I have some clarification. Let's start with State's Exhibit.
For those of you who don't know, we just got monetized last week.
There appears to be
This is okay.
some kind of reddish or some color here on the shelf.
What?
Can you confirm that that's not blood?
Color on this
It very much appeared to be candle wax or
Just a
something to
little
that effect. Again,
spilt
it kind of had
paint,
that
red paint.
circular shape of a candle. Could have been candle, could have been nail polish. It did not appear to be blood.
And
Did not contain
you
any
didn't find any blood spots on the head of this
Candle
hatchet,
wax.
correct?
That's for the lab to discuss, not me.
Okay. You didn't
Northwest.
visually see any?
No.
Okay. And on
Wash
the
your
knives
paws.
that you found, did you visually see any blood, or was there
1959.
any indication that they had been used?
Not visibly, no.
Like that one.
And you didn't send those into the lab, correct?
No.
Mr. Dazey kept.
I'm sorry, the name
this
kills
hatchet?
me.
I know based off his
Mr.
statement to
Dazey?
investigators, he keeps it in his toolbox, in the cobalt toolbox in his room.
Okay. And that was, can you put it down for a minute, Your Honor?
Yes.
Next picture's okay.
All right. Can you,
The
that's
one
this
after
right
not.
here, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you found the cover of the hatchet in the kitchen, correct?
In the dining room.
Dining room, on the table, correct? Okay. Out if anybody else knew about this hatchet?
No, I don't know whether or not anyone ever brought up the fact that they knew that he had a hatchet in his toolbox.
Okay.
Furniture by Lowe's.
Did you
It's
ever
kind
find
of a
any
cool
bloody
way to do a
clothes,
nightstand in a boy's room,
in the
men's
residence?
bedroom.
On those towels that you collected, did you observe any blood on those towels?
No.
Did you find any blood droplets in the bathroom other than in the sink?
No.
And can you put
That
it
was a
down for a minute,
long
Your Honor? I
no.
apologize.
I need a.
Yep.
Okay, this is graphic.
Yep. Yep.
I'm not going to show it.
Yeah, this one's sad for me to. Yeah. My other screen is actually sitting on that picture, so I'm going to just. Yeah.
I don't see it.
Drops that you.
Couch.
Is that safe?
No. On the couch. There's a little. Yes.
Oh, no, we're not showing that.
Yes.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
it looks like clothing until you really look at it.
Uh-huh. It's another photo that contains echo in it.
It's the fur baby.
Yeah. Yeah.
Again, was that determined whether it was human blood or?
I believe placard 6 was sent to the lab, and that was determined to be Jennifer's blood. Yes.
And
pause it real quick. I have a discussion to be had. Do you think photos of animals could be handled like autopsy and photos of bodies of humans?
They should have taken that and blurred it. Well, it wasn't close.
In speaking
it was just,
with,
but still.
Yeah, but do you think they should?
I apologize.
In terms of being
Nope.
shown to the public? Like,
I will tell you, I've picked up graphic body parts off of the highway. So graphic to me this is nowhere near, but for the common person, it is. The dog to me wasn't graphic in the sense of it wasn't close. We didn't see the wounds, but the fur baby was still laying there. I think they should have blurred that baby.
that one was just sad. Like the first picture of Echo, that was graphic. This one was just
Fulton
sad.
County GA trial this week showed a full human autopsy. What trial was that?
What?
And who was filming? Was it LNC?
LNC, Court TV.
I don't like LNC. I'm not going to give them any credit.
I rescue dogs.
Yeah,
we just
used
feel
to.
worse for dogs. Yep.
I mean, I was in animal rescue for 15 years. I get it. A lot of us have been in
Do
those
you know
positions.
if any search was ever done of Kylie's residence?
No.
And when you say no, you mean there was no search?
There was no search of Kylie's residence, correct?
Do you know whether or not she was asked what clothes she was wearing?
No.
And do you know whether or not she was asked to bring in the clothes that she was wearing?
Objection. Investigator
What's the objection?
Okay, objection's overruled. Do you remember the question?
Go ahead and ask that again.
Sure. Do you know if she was ever asked to bring in the clothing she was wearing that night?
I don't believe she was ever asked by Lieutenant Crable.
Okay. And what about Nick's residence? Was that ever searched?
No.
Did anyone ask Nick what clothing he was wearing that evening?
No, but we had him on both traffic camera and ring camera.
And other than the traffic cameras, did you make any other kind of verification as to whether or not Nick was in Cedar Rapids?
No. Again, we had him leaving town, headed south on 151.
Did you continue to monitor the traffic cams once you saw him heading down south?
Well, again, he would have passed the furthest southern camera, and so we would have no other cameras to monitor from there on.
Sure. Did you ensure that he didn't turn around and come back?
No.
Do you know if that shower curtain was ever tested?
It was not.
Was the shower curtain sent to the lab?
I don't believe so.
And I know you didn't observe the traffic cams of Kylie, but do you know if the footage was continuously watched throughout the night, or was it based on Kylie's her statements of when she got home?
That would be a conversation for you to have with Investigator Rosenthal.
Okay.
Oh.
Do you know whether or not Kylie had reported anybody else that could verify that she was home all night?
Again, I didn't interview Kylie.
Another objection.
No further questions. Thank you, Investigator Hoff.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any redirect?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Probably a perfect place for us to quit for the day. Okay. Folks, remember the admonition tonight. You've now heard some of the evidence, but certainly not all of it. And you haven't heard the law from me. Keep an open mind about everything. Don't draw conclusions of any kind. Don't talk to anyone about the case. Don't read or listen to anything about the case. I'd rather you not think about it at all tonight. We'll start back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Report back to the jury room. Have a good evening.
I am here.
Hi, here. I am there.
My food was delivered.
Okay. Do we? Oh, what's for dinner?
Del Taco.
What?
Del Taco.
Del Taco. Okay. Do we have this morning's witnesses? Because I have several.
So it start. Check the stream at 2:50 or 2 hours 50 minutes.
Huh?
2 hours 50 minutes in the stream.
Okay. I'm trying to find that testimony. Okay. Nope, that was the wrong one. I'm looking. Does anybody have, I don't know which one we missed.
Guy in a suit with a blue tie.
Say it again.
Guy in a blue suit and a tie. Dark hair.
Yeah, that doesn't help. I'm trying. I'm be trying. Okay, let me go to their channel. Hey, we got them here. Maybe they can help. Throw it up there. Okay.
One moment.
It just says day 1 and day 2.
Here. I'm sending you a DM in Discord.
Oh. You say I love this stuff. Gotcha. Let me share.
That should have worked at least.
Education training that you obtained to become a City of Dubuque police officer.
I graduated from Loras College in 2015 with a bachelor's in criminal justice, a minor in business. Once I graduated from college, I was then hired by the Dubuque Police Department.
We're going to scoot.
Once hired, I
Said you were briefed on what was happening. There is a real.
I do not.
And did you know at that point, was any follow-up on their whereabouts assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division?
Yes,
look what
the
my
follow-up
kids
was
left,
assigned
and
to
they
the
know
Criminal
I'm on
Investigations
keto.
Okay, do you know if they were ultimately able to exclude the two of them as suspects?
Yes, they were.
Okay, I have no additional questions.
My favorite.
Cross-examination. Thank you. How you doing today, Lieutenant?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. On direct, you talked about QuickStar, right?
Yes.
And you obtained some video. And what did that video show?
That video surveillance was from the day prior, so the 17th, and that video showed Miss Daisy pulling up in her, I believe it's a GMC SUV. She goes and I believe she gets some gas. She goes inside with the dog and then comes back out to her vehicle and leaves.
Okay. Would that have been about 11:22 a.m. On the 17th?
That could be. I remember it was light out. I don't know the exact time though.
Okay. And then the next time, when's the next time you see that vehicle, the GMC Acadia?
The next,
you personally?
Me personally?
Yes.
The next time I saw that vehicle was on
She
the
didn't fly in
18th
on a broom?
when Nicholas Frey came down to the police department. And I interviewed him. He had mentioned that he drove his mother's vehicle.
She didn't wave
that day.
the one?
And so after my interview with Nick, I went
Sid may have
outside and Nick allowed me to
She
take
just walked in
photographs of the
and-
vehicle, search the
I don't know how
vehicle,
she got
and
here.
that's
I don't
where
know.
I found a receipt to QuickStar, which is why I obtained that video surveillance.
And when you spoke to Nick, at some point, he said he was in Cedar Rapids, correct?
That's correct.
And were you able to verify that?
Me personally, I did not follow up. That would have been the Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. And I'm going to go, if we can look at number 8.
Oh, I haven't vetted any of these.
Yeah, let's start with this one. The first photo in State's Exhibit 8. Now, to your knowledge, when you were doing the perimeter, did any officers go into the backyard?
To my knowledge, no. I was the only one initially standing back by that red car.
Okay. And I think you said, let me turn this on first. I think initially you said you didn't see any footprint in the backyard. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And
Here, though, it looks like there could be some footprints going out towards the backyard. Is that correct?
It does appear so, yes.
Okay. If you can go back to down one. And this porch right here is kind of what you were talking about, where the footprints, where it looked like somebody had been walking, correct?
That's correct.
And you can't definitively say when that happened, correct?
That's right.
And did you have anything to do with the subpoena with the Ring Camera Company?
I did not.
Okay. Do you have any idea of what footage they requested?
I do not. The only thing with surveillance that I was aware of is at this back door, there's a Ring camera on the back door that I pointed out to Investigator Rosenthal when he came on scene, but I did no follow-up with that.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Wow. Red Pen, you want to clean my pantry out? Please?
What's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit A.
I'm struggling how to say
you
that
didn't
town in
take
Iowa.
This picture, but does this
Dubuque?
Do you recognize
Dubuque?
kind of the
Dubuque.
the area that this picture would have been taken?
I believe in reviewing photos from before, I think it was right outside this side door, but I can't say for 100%.
Does it appear to be an accurate depiction of what you observed as far as footprints on that area?
The live stream was broken up.
The footprints there, I could just say that it appeared someone had walked there, or obviously with the snow being patted down.
Okay. And is this picture consistent with snow being pat?
Yes.
Okay.
The walkie?
Your Honor, I'd ask Defendant's Exhibit A be admitted.
Any objection? No. Exhibit A is admitted.
Dubuque. Thank you. My dyslexia thanks you.
Yes.
Hold on a minute. Let me make sure that. Of course.
I was going to say Dubuque. I'm horrible. Dubuque. No, that's not right.
And this is the footprints that you observed, correct?
Dubuque.
That appears consistent with what I observed outside that side door.
Okay.
Yes.
See, I would put O. D
Do you remember the last time that it snowed before this?
I do not.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a report from the Weather Service?
That could help remember when it snowed last, yes.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
That could help know when it snowed last.
Yep.
And just take a look at it yourself. I know that it's small print. I apologize. I couldn't get it any bigger. But if you can look, right here would be the 18th. And if you just look up from there.
Okay.
Prior to the 18th would have been right here is the new snow.
Put the emphasis.
So on the 18th, it indicates that there was the new snow was 0.9. I don't know what the measurement is.
What would have been the time before the 18th?
That looks like on the 13th, so 5 days prior, and that's 0.4.
Okay.
My son is so mean. He just sent me a picture of a steak.
And so these footprints probably
Oof.
would have had to been within the last
You
5
have
days.
Oreos,
Is that
though.
correct?
He doesn't have Oreos.
No, he left them to sabotage his mama.
Exactly. Now you can eat
Well,
those
I'm
Oreos.
going to
on
let him
site.
answer if he knows. Go ahead if you know.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yes. These footprints would have had to have been made in about the last 5 days, correct? Or 5 days. Sorry, that's a bad question. These footprints would have had to have been made sometime within the 5-day time frame between the last snowfall and the 18th, correct?
I would say that's hard for me to say, but I would suggest it's probable that else the footprints or the concrete would be covered up with the new snow, I would say.
May I approach?
Yes. Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit C. Can you tell the court what that is a picture of?
This is a picture of the backyard of the residence.
Okay. And I know it's a little difficult to see, but does it appear that there's some footprints? I know the picture isn't good quality, but does it appear there's some footprints going into the backyard?
So in this specific photo, it's difficult to tell. I know there's another photo that I believe Investigator Hoff that took a close up that indicated there was an animal or like deer footprints in the backyard.
Okay. And does this appear to be a fair and accurate representation of the backyard on the day that you observed it?
Yes.
Okay. I'd ask Defendant's Exhibit C be admitted.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit C is admitted.
Okay. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. You've said that they may belong to a
I
deer.
had to speed it up, guys, or
And
we're
that
going to
was,
be here all night.
Investigator Hoff.
My steak is
I believe it was
waiting.
a CID investigator who, I think it was
You don't wanna
Investigator
be
Hoff who
here all
took
night?
exterior photos of the residence.
Okay. We can take it down, Your Honor.
If my kids were nice, they'd bring it to me like I do them.
And Kylie showed up at the residence while you were there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you had an opportunity to
La
interview her.
hola?
Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And did you have your body cam on during this time?
Yes, I did.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, so we got to watch out for this.
I'm going to hand you what I've marked as.
See, I know what
Exhibit
Braxton's
B.
doing. He's eating his dinner.
Now you had an opportunity to review what was on that thumb drive, correct?
Winner chicken dinner.
And what was on that thumb drive?
They were 3 clips from my body worn camera that day.
And is it a true and accurate representation of what was recorded on your body cam footage?
Yes.
Right. Your Honor, I'd ask that Defendant's Exhibit B be admitted.
You can finish eating. Hey,
I actually wasn't even
Erica.
eating.
And
You're what?
may I publish?
I
Yeah.
just had to run and do something. I wasn't even eating.
Okay. Lieutenant Crable, I'm going to show you just this first clip.
These should all be fine.
Yep. When they go in the
And-
house.
Yeah.
I noticed that you
I know.
muted the mic at that point. Is that something that you normally do as an officer?
Whenever I would mute a mic, Officer Handbaum, who's in this photograph, and I were probably discussing the case or strategy or something. So that's
Y'all
why I
show
muted it.
some love. Leave DNA. So a lot of times they turn it off when they're talking about things that pertain
What
to
was that hand
procedure.
movement?
Huh?
I saw like this.
They turn it back on quickly. I've seen this part. They're And there's personal information when they're sitting here saying personal information like contact so and so or phone numbers or certain information, they do turn it off.
And we see somebody in the back of this squad car. And who is that?
That is Kylie Frey.
Okay. And Miss Frey, do you know why she's in the back of the squad car?
Yes. So she arrived on scene maybe 2 or 3 minutes prior to this, and Captain Style is in the green North Face jacket there. And he had just asked her to sit in the back of the squad car and explained that's when her mother was deceased.
Okay. And like you said, it was cold out, correct?
It was very cold.
So
Y'all,
it wouldn't
I
have been
saw
very
her
nice to just leave
interview.
her out in the elements, right?
Weird.
That's true.
Okay.
Creepy.
She wasn't under arrest or anything at this point, correct?
She was not.
That's coming up.
Huh?
That's coming up.
Yeah, you've seen it?
No, I haven't. I know it's there.
It's creepy. Her behavior is freaking creepy. And someone states it's a normal reaction. I'm like,
And at this point,
I've been
she
in there
has
many
been
times. That's not
informed,
normal.
correct, of her mother's death?
Yes.
Is there anybody down to Los Angeles? Are you up in front of it? No, I just want to make sure. Hang on a second. Yep. You take it. Okay. You take her down. You take her down to the interview. And all that information. He's in. Yep.
She's laughing. Look at her. Look at this.
Right.
Oh, God, love the jacket. No emotion. Just, okay, let's go.
I'm Chad.
Audio's horrible. Sorry.
Well, it's a body camera footage.
Just so I got right, Jen's right. Yeah. So we'll go in here again. I'll still get back. Can I get it back to you?
Never hand a cop. Never. I don't care. Oh, shoot. There's a deceased woman that you're putting in your vehicle. I mean, there's a deceased woman in the house.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know who did it. This is a child who just found out her mother's deceased. And you hand an officer, because you're getting in their car under the terms, oh, we're just going to go down and answer a few questions. It's okay. You're a suspect.
Mm-hmm.
If you were sitting in that room, if you're sitting in the room with a camera, you don't say a word. And the last thing you do is hand them your backpack, your purse. Your wallet.
Yeah.
If you notice, she just has her. You notice the only thing they gave her back were her cash.
Yep.
She's a waitress at a restaurant. But this is creepy weird.
Spray throughout the interview?
Go back a little bit farther.
I am.
I guess I would.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is just, you can't make anything out. So I'm going to fast forward. There's nothing. There we go.
Okay. Sounds good. Take a show.
But they didn't search her.
And where are you now?
This is at the.
She could have a pistol.
She could have anything.
Anything. But watch
Wouldn't it have
her
been good
behavior.
to know.
And
I'm not insinuating anything.
right.
Wouldn't it have been nice to know if she had anything maybe illicit on her?
Well,
In the
first
event
of all, they didn't
she's not-
even frisk her or do anything when they put her in the back of that vehicle. It depends on where you live, but isn't it policy? It doesn't matter if you are being taken as a witness or if you are being transported. If you go in the back of that vehicle, you are frisked because you can stash something it shouldn't be there and later be found with somebody else. So that to me was a no-no. And yeah.
The Dubuque Law Enforcement Center in the CID area in an interview room.
Okay. And so far, what we've seen as far as on the first clip and this clip, was that kind of the demeanor of Miss Frey throughout the interview?
I guess her demeanor was, she had multiple different kind of emotions in demeanor during my interview with her. But generally, for the most part, I would describe her as fairly calm. I mean,
okay.
You think?
I'll do a bottle of water. How about that?
Okay, I'll shut up after this. Guys, I have been on accident scenes, crime scenes where people have deceased. I have sat as a chaplain in these rooms with people, and I have never seen anybody act this way. That just found out that wasn't involved.
Yep, and then just give me a minute, I'll back in, okay? All right, thank you.
I just,
Any more guys?
I would never surrender that.
You start that?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, Becky, if you would.
Okay, and there's
it
one
would have
last
to
clip
be
that
a
I'm going to
lawful
play.
order to
Okay.
take that from me.
Where were you at work? Yeah. Okay, I told you. I got a phone call from the resident, and then Gina called me back to get there. Gina, these people, seriously.
And so,
she's
as far
on the
as you
phone
know,
with somebody.
Nobody from law enforcement had gotten a hold of Kylie prior to showing up, correct?
She just showed up.
as far as I know, that's correct.
Okay.
Knew what happened.
When? Gina called them, they need to stop calling people. Well, they didn't tell me, I told them to tell me. Oh. But I'll call you once I'm done. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm good. Well.
No, I'm not.
I'll let you know. Probably will need to come and get me. What? Probably will need to come and get me. I can't drive my car. My mom will drive me to be fixed. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I have a ride. What? I have a ride. You have a ride? Yeah, just go down there. I'll meet you down. Okay, go to your house when you're done. All right, love you. Love you. Bye.
I would not let them give me a ride back if I had another way.
So, again, my name's Jan. I'm a,
Were you there when I called about?
We know to limit our interactions.
That was cross committee.
how long ago?
Not that long ago.
I don't think so. The last time I was down at Comiskey was probably a couple, 3 weeks ago when there were some juvenile kids that broke out like the bus little hut thing, where like they were throwing some rocks at the big glass where the bus comes to pick them up. And they had broke that stuff. But last time I was down at Comiskey.
There was a guy at my house that I used to
Take a
work for,
taxi.
or not work for,
We got the
one of my
money.
customers actually came to my house confessing their love manic, and the guy that slipped my tire before that was one who dropped off.
Not good.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
While I'm here, I'm so sorry. I'm following the board. While I'm here, what I need was ask.
Wait, what did she say about slashing
Yes,
tires?
absolutely. Yep. Yeah, we'll knock this out. I'll give a little information.
What?
What did she say about slashing tires? That someone slashed her tires?
Came to her house.
Yeah, okay, cool, yeah.
Thanks for coming. Let me Kim go on and see what I can help you with. Okay. So let me describe your name here. It's Kylie.
Kylie.
K-Y-L-I-E. What's your middle name?
Ann, A-N-N-E.
And last name?
Frey, F-R-E-Y.
Okay, but so the last name is officially Frey, but you go by Daisy. Gotcha. Okay. And what's your date of birth?
3/18/2005.
Yeah, what's your address?
2457 Jackson Street.
Is that a house or apartment?
It's a house, duplex.
Duplex. Upstairs or downstairs?
My
Downstairs.
brother lives upstairs.
Okay, so that's considered the half then? Okay.
Exactly.
563-580-1950.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have no love for your parent? And the fact that they were brutally ended of life? And you're sitting here talking about a car vandalization?
Yeah.
Okay.
So again, basically, I was just asked what trying to get some more information from you about what's going on today. Again, I'm very sorry for your mother's passing. And so from what I gathered, just listening to you, it sounds like grandparents called you and told you about it.
No, I got a call. Well, first I got a call from my grandparents saying my neighbors are Bigfoot. We all have each other's numbers. We're old neighbors.
Boca? Yeah.
The one saw that ambulance was outside. My grandma called to say, hey, there's an ambulance outside. Can you get to the house?
Okay.
Can you get to the house? I said, at work I can't do much. I don't have a car. Then I texted Dina, which is the one that said she saw the ambulance. And I said, hey, what's going on? I don't know. There's ambulance. And I would want to say she said Tyler was in cuffs. And then I got a call from, who was it? I want to say I called Gina back, or she called me. Someone called me, one of them, and they said, "You're here now." I said, "What's going on?" And
I think they would.
Of course, what's going on? What's going on? Then they told me.
Doesn't matter.
Gina called me.
I want to say Ron was on the phone, but it was on Gina's phone.
Gotcha. Okay. What time did your grandma call you? So like, there's an ambulance at the house.
The first time was at 10. Well, it was 9:59.
You're welcome.
Sorry, I forgot the
No,
other.
it's okay. So you said when she called you answered though, but you were at work.
Well, the first time I didn't answer, and then she called, or I called back.
Gotcha. Okay.
We need to get a sound bite for you.
Diligent. Yeah. It's a good place. How you been?
Maybe the chipmunk will work.
Just like that. I was there for about your house. I have been there for about your house.
Sure. Okay. So you call grandma back, and that's one on Washington Street, and that's when she tells you that there's an ambulance at the house and you gotta go. But
Yeah,
you say,
my grandma, the smallest thing, she's
yeah, right. And then you're at work, you're unable to go. Is that right?
I don't have my car. My car needs to be fixed because
you have your car.
my tire being split, my all-wheel drive is messed up.
Oh.
Yeah, I love it. Just so much.
Oh.
That's why I'm so calm. Shit always happens.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's all good.
So then with you
Northwest?
not having to
I agree.
get there, then what kind of happened next, or who?
The other different neighbor, I don't remember her name, I used to work with her. I don't know her name. She came down.
Okay. What time was that at, do you know?
I don't know if I have it, 360 when I saw. Yes. Oh, where was I? I was like, why am I here?
This is not shock. Okay, Central, North is what is that? What time zone?
They have it listed at 7 a.m. my time, 8 a.m. yours.
10:56 is what I left. And I got there at 10:59.
Yeah.
This is not shock.
Okay. Yeah, by that
Okay.
time you already knew.
Dang,
Yeah,
nabbit.
I knew on the phone because she said, or Ron was like, come.
I'm going to go ahead and start building that and get it ready.
And me personally, I don't really do that. Hence why I'm so calm, kind of. But I was like, what's the point of me leaving? Like, it sounds kind of heartless, but it's not like I can do much now.
Sure.
But
Have you had
look
like,
how they were reacting. I thought,
you should go up, yeah. Have you had like previous experiences with that sort of,
I watched
why kind of say that? Okay. Is that a family member previously or friend?
he was my mom's ex-boyfriend and best friend. His name was Mike.
Okay, how long ago was that?
About, I would say, 7 months.
Also recently? Okay. That didn't happen on, was that Wood Street?
It was across the, it was in Marina or whatever that area is.
Oh, okay. In, used to be there?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
He was in his trailer.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So by this time, you can actually, you know what was going on when you showed up to the house. Who all was at the house?
It was my brother and my mom. And then
Okay. And mom's Jen, correct?
Yes.
Or does she go by Jennifer?
She goes by Jenny.
Jenny? Okay. And then brother is who again? Tyler. And dog name? Echo. Okay. How long is it Jenny's house then? Yeah. How long
I
she
hear
was
echo, I get sad.
Okay, you can take down the.
Wait, real quick. I want you to go back to the end of that interview. Just arrow keys back a little bit. Does her demeanor change when it goes from when he asks about the name of the dog?
And so, as far as you know, nobody from law enforcement had gotten a hold of Kylie prior to showing up, correct?
A lot farther forward.
As far as I know, that's correct.
Okay.
What? You're at work, you're unable to go, is that right?
Yeah. Well, I don't have my car needs to be fixed because my tire is split, my whole road is messed up.
Oh.
Yeah, I love it. Just so much.
Okay.
That's why I'm so calm. Shit always happens.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's all good.
So then if you don't, not having a vehicle or not able to get there, then what kind of happened next, or who?
The other, he's my neighbor, I don't remember the nice one, her kids. I don't know her name. She came down with him.
Okay. What time was that at, you know?
I don't know if I have the 360 when I saw. That's, oh, where was I? I was like, why am I here?
Yeah, just go ahead and skip to the end of this.
Okay. In used to be there?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
He was in his training.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So by this time, you can actually, you know what was going on when you showed up to the house. Who all was at the house?
It was my brother, my mom.
Okay. And mom's Jan, correct?
Yes.
Or does she go by Jennifer?
She goes by Jenny.
Jenny? Okay. And then brother is who again? Tyler. And dog name? Echo. Okay. How long is it Jenny's house then? Yeah. And how long she lived there?
Okay. You can
What was that?
take down the. In your investigation, did you ever find out if she had any keys to the house?
I did not.
Okay. And some point during the investigation, she was saying some not nice things about Jenny. Is that correct?
Objection for hearsay.
It goes to her state of mind and also gives more context to the clips that we saw.
I'm going to allow it. You can answer the question. Go ahead.
Could you repeat it again, please?
Yeah. Kylie said some not so nice things about her mother, correct?
I remember her talking about,
and I don't necessarily need specifics, but just.
She explained that she was involved in a domestic with her mother, where she was allegedly had slapped her foot, as far as not things that were not nice.
Okay. She say anything else that was, and again, I don't want the specifics, but did she say anything else that would be not as nice?
I'm going to renew my.
Well, this time you asked him, what did she say? I'm going to sustain the objection on hearsay.
And during the, or.
You are muted.
Real simple. I don't know how that did it. I didn't touch it. Sometimes it happens. So Taylor Dazey, Dazey, I'm like, that doesn't fit. Is accused of ending the life of his mother and their beloved pet. And the reason why he did it, he's accusing her of being in witchcraft. He also does not believe he's under the authority of the court. No, it's not a sovereign nation thing. It's other delusions.
This is a whole other delusional thing other than soft.
Yep. Okay.
Or at least at the beginning and towards the end, did she seem concerned about this criminal mischief charge she was a victim of?
Objection.
Well, I think your question was, did she seem concerned?
Yes.
You can testify about what you observed. Go ahead.
At the beginning of our interview, she did ask about like a status update on her criminal mischief case that she reported in December. Yes.
Bye, Red Pin.
And did
love
she ask
you.
about it again at the end?
I do not remember.
Would it help refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of your report?
Yes.
I really think she had more emotion when she listed off her brother and the dog. Like, she said her brother's name, and she went to. Yeah, exactly.
There was no.
There
Was there
nothing
really
there.
a tear?
But it wasn't until her brother's name.
I'll
was
move on to a
said
different
when
question.
She did that. And Echo. Demeanor changed.
Were you
after
able
those
to
moments,
get
like,
possible passcodes for Jennifer
she didn't like
Dazey's
her
phone?
mother too much.
Kylie provided me 2 potential passcodes
No
for
love
her
lost
phone,
there.
that I
Yeah.
passed on to Criminal Investigations Division.
But she didn't even have that much for the dog.
No, but it was more than.
And do you recall if she mentioned anything about the Ring doorbells?
Or it was a little bit of sadness there.
Mom.
Would that refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of your report?
Yes.
You caught it?
Yeah.
Oh.
But now they've gone and thrown
So
it all
this
away.
question is, would it refresh your recollection? He said yes. Go ahead with your next question.
Okay, may I approach? Yes. And just for clarification, you're just saying go forward?
Yes, go ahead and ask the next question you were going to ask.
Just pure evilness.
Out loud,
Oh.
I want to take you to take.
You can't help pure evilness. I've worked in a state hospital for the forensically insane and those who are incompetent to withstand trial. And a lot of them are ill, but there's some that's pure evil to the core, and there's nothing you can do to help or fix.
Take a look yourself. And be this first paragraph.
Okay, I read it.
What?
Does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not she mentioned the Ring doorbell?
Good answer, yes or no?
Yes.
And did she end up mentioning the Ring doorbell?
Yes, she did mention the Ring doorbell.
Okay.
I'm rubbing off all my makeup.
Did she give any indication where the ring doorbell system would be?
I don't remember. If I read that line of my report, I could probably
Hey,
tell
Karen,
you.
but not a
May I
Karen.
approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah. You're staying out of that.
You can answer yes or no if you remember the question.
Look, my son lives with me. He did live out on his own. They had a sewer problem where he lived and he had to move out. But I have to say, he works. He pulls his weight big time. He does what he's supposed to do. And he ain't no person who ends the life of, hopefully, of me.
Right? Yeah. Like,
It's okay for a child to live at home if they're pulling their weight.
I have a job. I don't want to comment on that one. But I pay rent. I pay all of that. That in this economy doesn't let young people move out on their own.
This is true.
You need at
And I'd
least
rather him
2 or 3 roommates.
Yeah, and I'd rather him save whatever money he can and buy and not piss away his money on rentals because you never see that back.
Can you repeat
Yes,
that
I
again,
said it.
please?
Yes. Did she give any indication where the account for her mother's Ring doorbell would be?
Yes.
And if you can recall, where was that? The account, where would the account be?
Maybe he had a lot of
her mother's
control
cell phone.
problem. Are you trying not to touch that one?
Well, okay. I grew up with some kids who were not behaved whatsoever. Their entire house was trashed. The mom didn't.
No further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes, please,
One
Your
of
Honor.
them didn't have a bed. And that was his own doing.
Yep.
Like I heard rumors that he took a knife to his own bed when he was angry. These kids were insane. And he didn't have a bed anymore.
I wouldn't pay
There's
for
like-
another one. Beds are
No,
freaking
exactly.
expensive.
So don't know his previous behavior, but we're looking at a case where I'm like, I could see him maybe, destroying a bed. Like, that seems kind of possible.
But then again, I knew a kid who was so into the Japan and the Oriental culture that he slept on a pallet on the floor with a wooden head pillow. He had a place to sleep. It was warm.
Yep.
And if he's an adult, she doesn't have to provide anything for him.
Yep.
May I please publish Exhibit 8?
When do we go into the body cam?
Okay, Lieutenant, can you tell from these photos what the material of those steps is?
Appears to be wood.
Okay. Mr. Hoover, can we put up that photo of the prints?
It appears to be little steps of going up there.
Okay. And can you tell from looking at this photo what the material is underneath the snow and the melted snow? Do you want to look at the actual picture?
No, that's okay. It appears to be concrete.
Okay. So that would not be on any one of those steps, correct, Lieutenant?
That's correct. The step material didn't, from that image, appear to be concrete.
Okay. And that concrete
point,
would be
sneaky
closer to
side.
the driveway area, correct?
Yes, the driveway was concrete.
Okay. Now, there was that brief discussion about the prints in that photo. Okay, that photo isn't very great because snow is white and it's hard to discern what's in there. Is that accurate?
That's true.
Okay. So did you look at all the photos of the exterior when you were investigating or in preparation for trial?
Yes,
And you said you looked at those photos up close?
that's correct.
Okay. Were they human prints?
No, as I said before, it appeared that they were an animal or more specifically deer footprints.
Okay. Now, there was the footage of Ms. Frey and your initial contact with her and things of that nature that Mr. Hoover discussed with you. Did you observe her to cry and tear up at moments throughout all of your contact with her?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, in the end of that third clip, does she appear to be wiping a tear from her face?
That's correct. That's when she began to tear up or cry.
Okay. And I believe she said in that
Allegedly.
third clip, I love it. It's so much. That's why I'm so calm. Shit always happens. And I don't do death or I don't handle death. Do you remember her saying that to you?
Yes.
Okay. Now you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, because sometimes my memory isn't always the best, but you said you are an officer for Dubuque for 9 years.
Yes.
How old of a man are you, Lieutenant?
I am 31 years old.
Okay. And in your 9
You don't look
years
it.
as an officer,
Right,
31
yeah.
years, have you had
I think that's why
multiple
she had
calls
to ask.
with people responding to death or grief?
Yes.
And would you say
I
they all
disagree with
respond in the
this.
same way?
I would not. It really varies on call to call on how people handle death, grief, and then
True.
Of course being questioned by the police afterwards.
Okay, it's a traumatic, stressful experience.
I would say so.
Would you be able to say you would be able to predict how a certain person would respond to grief or trauma?
No.
Okay, I got to stop here. You can't predict how people are going to act. But when you first tell them that someone has passed, there is a look. If they don't already know, well, she came because she said grandma already told her. Okay, that's fine.
Mhm.
But there's a point where okay, I hear they've died. Then through the interview and as things are going, there's a moment where it hits. She's in the car, police car, just a few minutes after they tell her they're deceased. She knew there was a problem, but she didn't know they were deceased. She was deceased and the dog. But she's sitting here talking to people, laughing, smiling. This is not normal.
So you wouldn't say that the way she reacted is unusual, generally speaking?
No.
Okay. Nothing else.
Mr. Hoover, would you say there's a difference in how women and men react to bad news?
Oh, please. I already know what he can say, and I'm
guess
going
I
to
can answer that
disagree.
in general.
Yeah, general.
I would suggest that men try to be a little bit tougher, hold tears back, where sometimes women can be more emotional. But again, it just, in my 9 years of.
Funny, true story. There's a gentleman, had a heart attack driving, wrecked his car. He was deceased before the car even hit the tree. We go to the house because it's a woman. I went with the sheriff to notify next of kin. She meets us at the door in her pajamas. I told her, ma'am, may we come in? Your husband's been in an accident. She goes, is he dead? And I said, ma'am, I am so grieved to have to tell you that he did not survive. She goes, come on in. Comes back with a bottle of champagne and glasses and was partying it up and offering it to us as a little toast. The B word is dead. So, yeah, there are all kinds of reactions, but hers still. He apparently had been cheating on her and had multiple women. And he was old and she wasn't young, but younger, and he had left her everything and she was just waiting for him to, yeah. No love lost.
Being a police officer, just responded to.
Do we
quite
not
a few
have that
death calls.
section? Do we not have the body cam in this?
I'm trying to find out.
That part's missing?
Might be.
Rhonda, you're right. We don't know what her backstory is and the trauma she's gone through. This is true. But as an investigator, you must be on the ball and a little suspicious with this response. It is, even with trauma, I know people who have bad relationship with their parents, and the moment they pass away, they're the best parent in the world. And they only saw them once every 4 or 5 years. So it is very different. But she perplexes me.
It's really just across the board on how people react to him.
And there's no doubt in your mind that there were footprints on the stairs themselves, correct?
I never physically walked up to those stairs and looked at them. I can say that it certainly appeared that someone had stepped on those stairs or there's footprints because that snow was patted down.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Nothing else.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Another witness for the state?
It's 10-2. Would you like to take a break, Judge?
We can, if that's a good natural spot for you.
Right before the next witness to come up, so we can there's also other items to bring down.
Okay, that's fine. Folks, we'll take.
I'm assuming you guys are all kind of familiar
Didn't we
with
see
the
this
ins and
already?
out of this. This
Careful.
area.
There are, in that area, there are pictures that we need to not show. Just so
Okay,
you know.
so is this the first part of his testimony, right?
Yes, and there are
Okay,
some
thank you.
pictures that we need to
On
be
top
careful
would be
for in there.
Avoca Street. I was kind of
Tell me
gathered
when.
outside of the house up here. When we had heard that there was one in custody, I then entered through the front door into the enclosed porch and then into the house. I drew my service pistol to basically assist with the clearing of the home.
Okay. And so once you arrived inside the home, what did you do?
So officers were.
We didn't see this part.
In this,
It was cut.
Bedroom on the back side of the house. So again, I came through here into that little hallway and into this bedroom.
What did you see when you walked into the bedroom?
So Officer Slight had one person detained in handcuffs. This individual was completely nude. He was on his left side, kind of facing the wall away from me. And he was more or less trying to talk to or communicate with this individual.
Okay. And did you know at that point who that individual was?
I did not. Officer Slight was calling this individual Tyler, kept using his name. I learned later that, again, Christy Fullman had informed officers that Tyler was the individual inside the house who was still unaccounted for. And I believe Officer Slight had some prior.
Why do I want to mute? Let me pause it. Stephen, why do I want to mute?
Yeah, actually, good question. I know there's a picture that we need to be careful of around
Sustained, ask another
5
question.
hours.
Okay. So you had
Anytime
heard
they
him
say
referred
they're
to
going to
as
show a
Tyler.
picture,
Did you?
I do this and then see it and then decide.
Yes, he was positively identified as Tyler Dazey.
The defendant in this
What?
case.
That's correct.
Okay, so you saw him in
Description
the
of Tyler.
corner of the room, and you heard Officer Slight talking to him a bit. What did you do at that point?
Well, officers were still in the process of clearing the residence when I had arrived. The
My
basement had
mouse
been
is
cleared and
on the
main level was
remove
cleared.
button.
One thing that isn't shown on this diagram is, I'm going to try not to hit you with this laser. I'm really sorry if I do. So in this back bedroom, there is a door that leads to a stairwell that leads up to an attic. When I entered into the residence, that still hadn't been cleared. So there were multiple patrol officers who were in the process of clearing that attic. I basically stood by with Officer Slight while we waited for the house to be fully cleared.
Okay, and did the other officers clear the whole house?
Yes, no one else was located inside the home.
Okay, so after that was completed, what happened next?
Mr. Dazey, Tyler, he was rolled over onto his side.
Okay, and what did you observe about him?
So again, he was fully nude, as I stated. When he was rolled over, Mr. Dazey did have an erection.
Oh my!
Steve warned us. Steve
Okay,
warned
guys.
us.
Okay, since we are so far into this, I was thinking monetization, but we're fine.
No,
Let me
we're 3.5 hours
explain.
in.
If people don't know, that is very normal. That does happen when someone deceased.
We had it muted for the more graphic description. Don't worry.
Okay, did you have to help him up?
Yes, he was helped to his feet because he was handcuffed behind his back. Yes.
Okay,
Oh,
did
he
he
was
make any
alive.
mention of any injuries or anything of that nature?
He had some complaint about pain in his wrist. Officer Slight did readjust his handcuffs. He had, again, continued complaints about his wrist, but kind of stated that it always kind of hurts him.
Do you recall which wrist?
Sick.
I believe it was his right wrist.
Okay, and so initially in that
never mind.
clip,
I got it.
Tyler was handcuffed. Can you explain to me why you did that?
What?
What? Why were they hung? What? Why was he handcuffed? Is that the question that was just asked?
Yeah. Steve said, I tried. That's okay. At the hour that it is, and as far as we are into this, we might as well get a few laughs out of this.
Right.
He did it to himself.
Oh no.
So officers had entered into a very chaotic scene. There was a obvious homicide that had occurred within the home. They had located Tyler inside the house where this had happened. They really had no further details as to what had occurred, what his level of involvement in this was. The scene was still being searched. It was an active crime scene. It's just a step that is taken to secure all individuals until we kind of have a chance to take a deep breath, figure out what's going on, come up with a plan of attack.
Okay, so you said
There
that
was a
he
naked,
had been
crazy
secured
man in
and
the
helped up. And while Officer Slight was with Tyler getting him secured, what did you do during that time?
I
really no worse
I stood by with him at one point once the residents.
You remember the speed humps?
Yeah.
I mean, who calls those? I mean, I've heard bumps.
There is a sign in a neighborhood near me that says speed hump. Yep.
Well, I gotta be.
I have.
I'll say this. I won't show it, but somebody sent me a picture of a low rider going over them, and it got stuck, and it just sat on top of it and kept. I went. I got it. Speed hump.
Speed hump.
I wish. I don't have it on this device, or I would play it, but it was funny. The lowrider got stuck and it just kept going up and down.
Oh, well, that may be why
Jennifer Dazey was
body cam
located.
does not exist
Okay, may I approach?
on
Yes.
YouTube.
What?
Look at Northwest comment. They played the body cam.
They did?
Of what he's describing.
And we're going to see it?
Nope. The body cam footage is missing from what I can tell. I can't find it anywhere.
Well, good. It shouldn't be
That's why
showing.
the video came down. They showed it live on YouTube. Oh no.
I did too. Canton is all kind of effed up. I mean, I feel bad. Okay, I don't need to see it, but I feel bad for the poor people that were watching and actually did. Traumatizing.
Can you imagine if RA was streaming that? He dodged a bullet by not streaming this. I mean, it was a very long and hard bullet, but
This guy was good.
so that happened.
Investigator, I'm handing you what I previously marked as State's Exhibit 9. Can you tell me what this is a photo of?
This is a photograph of the view of the master bedroom from the door, showing the bed and then the deceased body of Jennifer Dazey.
Is that how that bedroom appeared on January 18, 2024 when you were on scene at 1605 Avoca Street?
Yes.
That's why the streams were broken up.
9 is admitted.
Yep.
May I publish?
Yes.
Yeah.
OMG.
Steve, they unprivate it.
Oh, I'm not showing this.
Oh no. Oh, did you just hit the yeah. Yup.
They should have blurred her out or not show it. That was the victim.
Oh.
Laying in the bed.
I didn't know that was there. There's a full picture of the dog that comes up. That's what I saw.
Neck, the way she was positioned and the positioning of the sheets kind of created like
And you can barely
pool,
see it
an
at the
area
top
where
of the
blood
screen
pool that
above
didn't really
him.
have much of a place to go. So she had significant injuries to her face and her neck, which was responsible.
Just thinking they may show it again, and I'm being careful.
Right. Yeah.
Can you all hear it?
No.
Oh.
Tyler was placed
when
into
that happens, we
a
can't hear.
Tyvek suit. We just knew based off the
Sorry.
totality of the circumstances that we were not going to allow him to remain in the home while we processed the scene.
Basically,
because
he's
he was naked
talking
and,
about the
fully
missing
erect,
fingers.
and it was cold out. We didn't want to parade him outside again due to the weather and to protect
How can I not show it
him
without
from being
you
put in an
guys
embarrassing situation. We wanted
hearing
to get him covered up. We were also concerned about any possible trace evidence on his person. Trace evidence would be any smaller evidence, such as
No, I don't
dirt,
want to do that.
small amounts of blood,
we'll
hairs
figure
that could be damaged or brushed away easily. The decision was made at that point to put him in what we call a Tyvek suit. That's basically a full jumpsuit that kind of seals everything in. It's kind of what you see.
Whoever has access to RA really needs to warn him tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm just going to tell him not to cover this trial. I think he's covering the Swan trial right now.
I am too, but
yeah,
it didn't
Are we
start
gonna do both?
until next week.
Oh, it's not?
Not until Tuesday.
Oh.
I think Monday's jury selection.
I don't want to text him right now, but
I would, because you don't want him coming on at 8 a.m. and trying to figure this out. I'll be a day behind. I'd text him.
And so we made
Just
the
say,
decision to put him in
dude,
that.
don't do the trial before talking to
so
me.
He wasn't naked when he left the home. And also, if
mods
there was
of RA
any
have been
physical
alerted
evidence on
too.
him, that would then
Huh?
be left in the
Mods
suit.
of
and could-
RA have been alerted.
I didn't hear you.
iRescue Dogs says that the mods have already been alerted for RA.
and be destroyed or tampered with.
Okay, so, and he was still
Wish
in the
they would
bedroom?
alerted me.
In his bedroom when you officers put him in the Tyvek suit?
That's correct.
Okay, and then where did you all go from there?
So again, the decision was made to bring him out of the home. He was escorted from his bedroom into the living room. And while we were standing in the living room, we more or less were working on determine what exactly should happen with him, whether he should be brought directly to the law enforcement center for possible processing and an interview, or if he needed some additional medical attention.
Okay, and did he say anything to you while you were observing him, or did he say anything while you were observing him?
You know, we asked him numerous times if he had taken any drugs or anything like that, if he was doing okay, if he was hurt. You know, he denied taking any drugs, denied being hurt other than his wrist, which was previously addressed. You know, he made the comment, you know, I'm good, I'm good. At one point, he told us that he had to urinate. We asked him if he would be willing to wait for a little bit until we got him somewhere where he could do that. And basically, he made the decision to urinate in a suit while we were standing in the living room.
So his appearance gave law enforcement some concerns that he needed to be checked out at the hospital.
Yes, there were numerous reasons why we were concerned. He didn't appear to grasp the gravity of the situation.
I so want to comment on that. RA does not. Yeah, I need new glasses, and I'm trying to decide on contacts or glasses. I've never had contacts, so my thing is that RA does not have a thumbnail or a feed set up for tomorrow yet.
The fact that there were multiple officers inside his house, that he was being detained in handcuffs, that he was being escorted out of his home, didn't really respond the way you would expect someone to respond. Did not ask a lot of questions about what was going on, why we were there, what was going on. We were unsure if he had, again, taken some sort of drug or some other
Apparently,
substance, alcohol,
Karen,
something like
I
that.
would not have had to
You know,
squint.
if he had possibly witnessed something, well, something.
Karen said now Ada is squinting her eyes and she's laughing. And then I'm like, apparently I wouldn't have had to squint.
Traumatic happened in the home, you know, had something happened to him, had he witnessed something, was this some sort of PTSD type of response? We had no idea. We're not doctors. We just wanted to get him in front of some medical professionals who kind of better evaluate him.
Okay, so did you take him to the hospital?
I plan on it.
Okay, do you know who did?
I'm not positive who transported him up there.
That's okay. Did you have any other personal contact with the defendant after he was taken to the hospital?
After he left the house, no.
Okay. So Tyler is now gone from the scene. What happened next?
We kind of regrouped inside the home, kind of talked about what needed to
Alright.
happen next, kind of talked about what everyone's observations were. We recognized that we were going to need to apply for a search warrant before we could process the scene. Basically, there's two ways that we're able to go into a private residence and remain there and basically do our police work. One is to be invited in and allowed to do that. The other would be to obtain a search warrant. We knew in this case it was going to require a search warrant, so we kind of met up, talked about what everyone had seen so that we had all the available information when it came to drafting the search warrant.
Okay, and you were the one who drafted all those search warrants, right?
Yes.
Before you did that,
poor
did
thing.
you observe anything noteworthy in the house?
I did. So there was like a nylon sheath or a holster on the dining room table. Again, the dining room would be located here. At the time, there was a table in the corner. On that table was a black nylon sheath that said SOG, S-O-G. I was not familiar with that brand, but Officer Slight informed me that this is a
Sustained. Ask another question.
Okay. You learned that matches some kind of an item.
Yeah, so through...
Well, yeah. I mean, you're asking what he was told by someone else. Ask another question.
Did you on your own do any investigation as to what that item was?
Yes, I performed numerous Google searches. I located a brand called SOG, which specializes in tactical knives and hatchets.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
10.
Thanks, Northwest.
Handing you what say is marked as State's Exhibit 10. Can you take a look through those? I think there's 3 there. Okay, and what are those photos of?
It's 3 different photos of basically the same thing. It's kind of an overall photograph of that dining room area. It's a closer view of that table in the corner of the dining room, and then it's a close-up shot of the nylon SOG brand tactical hatchet holster.
Okay, and does this appear the same way as it did to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 10.
People don't realize there are multiple kinds of hatchets. Tactical hatchet is shaped differently and is used more for police, fire, military. Am I right, Braxton?
Yeah.
It's not one that would be used to chop a tree.
No. Hatchet's a generic term.
Yep.
Like,
and
you have like the wood hatchets that you use, and then you have like zombie survival hatchets. Like all the tools you'll ever need.
Exactly.
No.
Not military. Well, but I've seen military use tactical hatchets, so to speak. I used to
Okay,
use them
so
to
first photo
try
in
to
that
get
group,
doors.
investigator, can you point out what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so again, this would be the photographer
Oh,
was kind
no,
of
that's a
standing
puppy
in that next to kind of those pillars that the partial walls that separate the living room from the dining room. Looking back towards the kitchen, you can see the refrigerator in the background. Off to the right-hand side is that table that I previously referred to.
Okay, I'm sorry, did you point out what was on the table?
So it's tough to see from this view, but right here would be the SOG brand holster.
Okay, and can you just point out again on the diagram where this room is and where the pillars you referenced is?
So this would be where the photographer is standing, and then the shot is going to be shooting this way, kind of into the dining room, into the kitchen.
Okay, and then here's what is saying. Tell me about this photo.
Just a slightly different angle, closer view of the table. Off to the right-hand side is the small hallway in the bathroom.
Okay, and the item still on the table there?
Yep.
Okay, and what is this?
Again, that's the nylon sheath or the nylon holster, which was located on the table.
Okay, do you know what that is next to it there?
I don't like the dog bone and the packaging for the murder weapon.
I didn't
So
either.
we previously
just doesn't
talked
sit well.
about
No.
you drafting the search warrants. Tell me exactly what you drafted search warrants for.
So I drafted 2 different search warrant applications. One was for the person of Tyler Dazey. We treat people's bodies as a separate residence, or we still need permission before we can process their body. As part of his search warrant application, I requested that we be able to take any photographs of his person. I asked that we obtain any blood evidence that may be on his person, and then collect any trace evidence through either fingernail clippings or scrapings, obtain his known DNA from what we call known buccal swabs, obtain penile swabs from him, just process his body for any trace evidence. The second search warrant I drafted was for the actual residence at 1605 Avoca Street. That search warrant included a request to search and seize any blood evidence inside the home, any trace evidence, any latent fingerprints. And specifically, it named that we were searching and looking to seize any, sharp bladed instruments, anything that could possibly create the injuries from what we saw on Miss Dazey.
Okay, so let's get started then with the search warrant for the home at 1605 Avoca Street. May I approach?
Yes.
11. I'm handing you what I marked as State's Exhibit 11. It's a packet of photos. Can you look through all of them and just tell me in a very generic sense what they are?
So these are overall photographs of the interior of the residence at 1605.
I'm not liking where your mind's
And
going,
are they do they appear in these photos how they appeared to you on January 18, 2020?
but I don't ever have to worry
Move to
about
admit
that.
State's Exhibit 11.
No objection. 11 is admitted.
Publish, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that the same thing, kind of like when you remove a stone from a horse's
show context to where they're at as you're discussing
Google
that,
it.
okay? In the first photo here,
Google it.
what are we looking at?
So the photographer would be inside the enclosed porch.
Country girl.
That would be the front door leading into the living room. One thing to note here, it's a little bit hazy, but this would be a Ring doorbell that would be mounted on the front of the home.
Okay. And then looking in through that door, can you point out where those pillars are?
Yeah, so this would be the pillar on the north side of the room.
Okay.
Wall dividers? Pillars? Won't do it. I'm not even,
Nope.
I'm just peripheral.
Yep. And you can't even see it, but you know it's there.
Oh, you can see it. If you know it's there, you can't not see it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The kind of the corner of the home, the couch kind
Is there something there?
Nope. You're good on that one.
located up here. This would
Just
be
the look
the
on her
coffee
face.
creamer that Christy Folman brought by for morning coffee and set on that end table.
Okay.
Oh.
And that chair that's next to that table, that's against the
creamer.
wall facing Avoca Street, the front of the home.
Yes, so this is along the front of the home. This is along the south end of the home.
Okay. All right. What are we looking?
We're good.
These pillars are just going to keep
They're
coming
just
up
gonna
as a
move
kind of a
through
frame
these
of reference, but this would be the
Yeah, but I just want to glance
pillar.
and make
This
sure
would be our
before I
living
put
room.
it up.
Oh,
This
yeah,
is
no,
the table where
100%.
the nylon sheath was located. This would be the entrance into that small hallway that gave access to the bedrooms. This would be what we later learned was Jennifer Dazey's purse.
Okay. And if you're in that doorway and you
Good on the
went
next one.
and you turned right, whose bedroom would you be going to?
Jennifer's,
If you turned left.
Tyler's.
All right.
Again, we're back in the dining room. Our table is directly off to right-hand side here into the kitchen. You can't see it, but you can access the basement through a door here, and you kind of access a back like mudroom pantry area through that little opening there.
Okay. Folman was in when officers were there?
My understanding is that she was located in the back of the house here.
Okay, in that pantry type area that you called it.
Mudroom area, yeah.
Okay.
This would be the pantry mudroom and then the exit out of the home. If you walk into this room and take a quick left, that would be the way to exit the residence.
Okay.
Leading to the outside from the back of the house. Standing next to the bathroom, which is right here, looking in. This would have been the view of the officers who first encountered Tyler. He would have been laying among these blankets, and he would have been facing the wall there. Degrees around, you're now looking back down the hallway into Jennifer's room.
Okay. All right. So that was the general layout of the house. When you searched the residence more thoroughly, did you start in the kitchen?
I did.
Tell me about, did you observe anything in the kitchen? Anything collected for evidence?
Nothing collected for evidence, sir.
Okay. Observe anything that made you concerned or anything in the kitchen area whatsoever?
No blood evidence in there.
Any signs of a disturbance?
No.
Okay. After the kitchen then, what did you process next?
I believe the next place I went into was the bedroom where Tyler Dazey was located.
Okay, may I approach?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so true.
Whatever, Exhibit 12, the group of just three photos. What are those photos of?
Photos of Tyler's room.
And that's how it appeared to you on January 18, 2024?
Yep.
Vote to admit Exhibit 12.
Okay. 12 is admitted.
First photo, can you tell me what we're looking at here?
Again, the photographer would be standing in the doorway. This is the makeshift bed. Tyler didn't actually have a bed in his room. He just kind of slept on various blankets and comforters. That's where he would have been located. Right here is the door to the attic, which I mentioned or noted previously.
Okay.
that he had in his room.
In there?
There is, yep.
Okay. Did you learn anything about that backpack?
Yeah, so once it came time to actually search the room, search the residence, located, I believe Captain Style located at least 2 knives in that bag.
Okay. Tactical gear?
Everything is good up until we see a bathtub. Then we need to pull it down. I've vetted everything up until the bathtub.
Tool chest, which he had in his room.
Okay. Did you see any blood splatter in that room?
I did not.
Did you see any?
Stephen N., the best friend went because she couldn't get a hold of her. And when she didn't answer, she found her.
Disturbance of any sort?
No.
And did you locate anything that had identifying information for Tyler Dazey?
I did, yeah.
Tell me about that.
Yeah, it was clear that he was living in the room. There were there in the laundry baskets here. There were numerous shirts from Tri-State Quality Metals that had Tyler embroidered across the chest.
Okay. And was Tyler Dazey's wallet or driver's license also located within the home?
Within the home, yes.
Okay. Did you notice any blood splatter, or did you collect anything from that room?
We did collect some things from that room. We didn't collect any. Again, there was no blood spatter within the room, but we did collect certain things from the room. We collected all the blankets that he was kind of using as a makeshift bed that he had kind of been wrapped up when we first came in contact with him.
Did any of those items appear to have any blood on them?
Not that we observed, no.
Okay. So after you went there, did you assist in the search of the bathroom?
I did.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
I will warn you of the picture that we just need to take it.
Handing you what I previously marked as State's Exhibit 13. Take a look through that group.
As soon as I remove, then I'll go in and fast forward.
Yep.
And what is this a group of photos of?
Just
He
some
went through
additional
those quick.
photos of the
Right.
bathroom.
Okay, and is that how it appeared to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 13.
Okay.
Give me a second.
We are good until
I'm just going to skim through. There's
11.
pictures. We've already saw the picture of the hatchet.
Yeah. Oh, picture of the hatchet. I kind of have insight on. I was
Okay,
looking
speak
back
on it
at-
while I skim forward.
Yeah. So on it, on the thing on the shelf next to it, I don't know if they covered this. It is a vape.
Yep.
It is a vape that is typically only used for THC cartridges.
Okay, from here on, just FYI, we pick up and go into what we've already seen. So I'm going to stop it here on that part because we've already done it.
Yep.
They go in. It feeds into the testimony we've already seen.
Yeah, but
Once again,
but yeah, that the picture, the vape next to the hatchet.
How would you know?
We don't talk about that. Friends.
Yeah. Oh, my little brother.
Yeah,
That's
exactly. Yep. Anyway, I just found that interesting. That's what's next to the hatchet. Yeah, just an interesting note. Because if we're thinking about altered mental states, there's a thing. Do I think we made him kill her? No.
Oh,
but
he's all proud of it, dude.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna start. This is my addiction.
Mm-hmm.
Not the drink, the cups. I can do without the
Yeah.
drink. My addiction is our sponsor. This coffee Oh my gosh. This is a Sugar Shack coffee from Hitchman Homestead. It is fresh roasted, fresh ground. What I love, you know what I love is I don't drink fast and it goes in nice and hot, tastes fabulous, right? But when it gets cold, usually it gets super bitter. Are you a coffee drinker?
I am. I'm not a huge coffee drinker. I have my own.
I don't want to see that.
Yeah, me either.
So
I think that's a
when
that's a little blue pill.
Yep. So when your coffee gets cold, it usually gets bitter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fabulous cold.
Wow.
You can just whatever. It's great. Oh my gosh, y'all. Look, I like a lot of different blends of coffee. There's a brand from our grocery store. It's called Texas Pecan. I like Starbucks. I've even drank just different brands. And some people give me stuff from all over the world when they travel, and I think it's great. However, one thing I hate is sometimes you get a chemical aftertaste on the back or a bitterness. This is the smoothest coffee I've ever had. And they are our sponsor. They're my sponsor. I actually went to them and told them, look, your coffee is so good. Sponsor me.
I'm
Defendant wasn't happy for a long time dealing with it. Y'all.
Oh. I'm glad all of that. I'm glad all of that happened after the 3.5 hour mark. I do have to say.
You? What about me?
Hey, it wasn't before 2 hours. We're fine.
I'm going to do this for a swoop now on.
I love it.
My girl, my little girl. Here's the Hitchman. Hey, y'all. I am so excited we have our very first sponsor, and I'm wearing this hat to honor them. Who is it? Well, it's coffee, my favorite thing. This coffee is from Hitchman Homestead Coffee. This is the Shooter Shack Coffee Pioneer Nicaraguan Roast. This coffee is so delicious, y'all. It is so smooth. It does not leave a chemical taste on the back of the tongue. It's not overly bitter. And I have to tell you, it is my favorite. And I am now getting rid of all my other coffee. I kid you not. They have a monthly subscription available. You get 4 12-ounce bag a month, either whole beaned or ground. And then you can also get a Keurig option as well. The other
That was great. I love that.
What?
Great sponsor.
Great what?
Great sponsor read.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never done one.
Yeah.
That was winging it.
Okay. Just like your dog.
Do you now? Who is it that does the pigeons? Is that
That is
Ian? What are they for?
Pigeon business. So the whole Rust trial was like trying to play chess with a chicken or chess with a pigeon. It just gets on the board, kicks the pieces over, and shits all over. Pigeon business.
So maybe we ought to do something like chicken business.
Something. Oh, I love pigeon business.
I'll let you find it. That's your job.
Okay.
You find it. You figure it. Now we figured a few things out. We're going to be trial junkies.
Yes.
Instead of no pickle, no politics, it's going to be pineapple, no politics, because I love pineapple.
Pineapples.
Mm-hmm. I love
Pineapples,
pineapple.
not politics.
On pizza. Pineapple on pizza, no politics.
Oh, no. You're going to start a war with that one.
Yeah. Gladly.
I feel like that's more controversial than politics. Let's be honest. Whether or not you should have pineapple on your pizza.
Mine.
My pizza. No touchy. You don't like pineapple? Don't eat it.
Eat your own damn pizza!
Oh no. Oh no. Oh.
What?
Oh, I rescue dogs. Pineapples make me think of the hot tub case.
I don't know that case.
Oh.
I don't.
No, that case.
I'm not. No.
Oh, unsubscribing.
See, this is what I'm saying. You are going to cause a war.
But that's okay. It's a fun one.
Yeah, the Swift trial.
And it's like it's like people who think you have to have hot sauce on every freaking thing. I can sit here and cook you one badass meal. It even has jalapenos. I hate them. I don't do pepper. It hates me, actually. And you don't even take one freaking bite, and you are hot sauce covering it, smothering it. Take a damn bite before you choke it to death with hot sauce. Okay.
Fair.
Oh, Northwest, I will take pineapple and slice it in wedges and put it on my grill.
Mm-hmm.
That is
grilled pineapple
freaking good. I mean, people, that's okay. I hate bell pepper. I hate any kind of pepper. Well, let me put it this way. It doesn't like me. It makes me sick. Oh. Now, Canadian bacon and pineapple, I'm in for. The jalapeno, I'm not.
Politics.
Puppy's not politics. Ooh. How about monkey? I have a monkey.
You need to bring your monkey on.
But that means I got to get her out of the house in the car and drive her here.
Oh.
But I can. But we can say monkey, no politics. That's what it is because I have a monkey. Monkey, no politics. What are they saying? You guys, we are so close to 2,000 subscribers. If you've not subscribed, which you're commenting, so you should have, we really need you to share this. We really need to get to the 2,000. That way I'm putting salt and pepper on food. Yeah, yeah. Monkey business. Yeah. I hate the saying, not my circus, not my monkey. And I go, not my circus, but it is my monkey. Monkey, not malarkey.
Malarkey.
Malarkey. Oh, I gotta get this fixed. Sucks. It's weird. It just changed like in 2 weeks.
Really?
It just would. Yeah, I was fine with my glasses, and then within the last couple of weeks, it's like, in some ways this is better distance.
Yeah.
But these are bifocals, and it's just I can't find the sweet spot. Some people said, "Why are you always sitting like this?" Because this is clearer than this.
Reading glasses?
Old sucks.
Reading glasses?
I need bifocal.
Yeah.
Gotta have bifocal. So anyway, Braxton, you're a Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
What a great
I'm
time.
excited. When are you going to start doing your YouTube channel?
I've got some stuff in my life I got to take care of. Then I should be able to. Me and my business partners are already starting work on it, though. Yeah, well. Yeah. Soon, though.
Well, I have to get new lenses. All right, guys. Braxton, see you tomorrow?
See you. Have a good one.
Are you going to be on tomorrow?
I should be, yeah.
Well, just hang out with us if you can. But you have been an awesome person to stream with. You are welcome here anytime.
Awesome. Thank
Just
you so
hop
much.
on. All right. Have a good night. All right, y'all. It has been a fabulous night. This is one crazy trial, y'all. Crazy trial. Crazy. Trial TV Live, thank you. I don't think you're still on, but thank you. We will be using your feed as much as possible. You are awesome. We greatly appreciate you and your hard work. So, everybody, before we leave, please like and subscribe if you haven't already. I think you probably had because you wouldn't be able to see me. And for now, goodbye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.